that. 3002 multiple aircraft, TV4.
Okay, I think we're back. Sorry, trying to set stuff up. Hello. Sorry, guys, that kicks people. I hate that each time. But YouTube forces us to do it. I have the truck flu. So we've got lots of aircraft. It looks like they just did a real good job. Just as I was restarting it, it came across the wire that this immigrant fire here has, it was on its way to a above ground natural gas pipeline. But the helicopters especially just stopped it from reaching the pipeline. Yay! Can you imagine how that would have gone? So some of the aircraft has been released to the Windy Fire because they're starting to wrap up, at least with the aircraft. At least what aircraft can do for this fire. It looks like it's winding down, thank goodness. Hang on a second. Trying to adjust cams. Alright, we should be able to switch to multicam view. If I fix this correctly. Hold on. Something like that.
Practice area, circling over Angel Gate, 1,400 feet, climbing to 2,000 feet. Last call, EV practice area.
There. Okay, now if only we could hear the aircraft as it tries to work things like the Windy. I'm glad they pounced on that and we didn't need a big new fire. Okay, I still don't see a lot of tanker action down at the Windy either, though. Maybe they're standing by? But it looks like one heck of a bad smoke situation anyway. There's Blue Mountain Kern. Windy has quite a plume. So sorry I had to restart the stream. Thank you. Just as I hit the button, I saw that I had donations. Thank you so much, guys. I had to get the donation link up for the Caldor and the Dixie. Here's the official donation link. Please give generously. They'll need our help. I can survive on leftover pocket change. Bob says it's a natural gas pipeline that follows Highway 97 south. At places it's buried under lava fields and you can smell it. The holy grail of Central Oregon fires will be here. Central Oregon? What about Central Oregon? Oh my god. Okay, that channel's going off. I'm sorry, I don't care what kind of tanker action that is. Sorry, I apologize to everybody's ears right there. I don't know. I mean, you'd think that they'd be able to work part of it. It looks like it's clear on some areas. But then it does look kind of smoky here, so we can never hear anything that they're doing at the Windy. I've never found a broadcastify channel that would show it, unless somebody else knows about one. I know, but what are you talking about Central Oregon for? When we're talking about LA? That's just what I'm wondering, Bob. I'm really confused. Hey, Bonnie. Hey, guys. But look how nice it's wrapping up down there. I don't see any aircraft. Oh, here maybe. Yeah, here's air attack. Hey, there is some aircraft over the Windy, at least a helicopter. There's a Sikorsky, kind of working the area west of Johnsondale. There's air attack. Hey, they've got two helicopters. A Black Hawk and a Sky Crane. Yay. Oh, you're just saying the one by Bend leaks? Never mind. Okay, well, yeah, just remember, I have a huge fever going on, so you don't freak out anybody in the chat is one of our rules. So any sort of thing like that, you know what happens when they read our chat? They go to Twitter and they think that I said that there's a fire in Central Oregon with a gas ruptured pipeline. That's what would happen, and then we'll have 200 people trample in here from Bend saying what's going on, and then I have to say no, it was just a random comment in chat. Sorry. I'm just trying to let you know what happens. So, just try to make it real clear about what you're talking about. But that's kind of frightening about Bend. Hi, Serene. J-Cat, windy fire, current weather conditions at Giant Sequoia National Monument. Humidity 27%, visibility 5.7 miles. Wind west-southwest 6 miles an hour, gusting to 10. I think it's gusting a whole lot more than that. That's not what happens with a 10-mile-an-hour wind gust. That'll just be the nearest weather station, but like Dusty was saying, that the peaks and the ridges are all that matter to the fire. The wind up there. I mean, at nighttime we had wind conditions like that with 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and now it's roaring to life. So we have 35 to up to 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts today. Yeah. This is I'll look at the other cams in a second. Sorry, I could not stand the horrible sounds coming out of the LA thing, and it looks like a lot of the tankers are leaving it anyway to come back towards the Windy Fire. I'm wondering if I can find something. Which county has Fresno? Is that Tulare? Somebody randomly calling me. Be right back. Wow, I'm so glad I took that call because, I didn't realize my car warranty was about to expire. Okay, No, I didn't. I used a call screening thing and they hung up, but I'm sure that's what it was. Okay. Look at our other cams. Buck Rock has the smoke going directly to it from the KNP. On the Buck Rock 2 cam, it does. Let's do a time lapse of that. That's just, that red aerosol is one of the worst colors for fires that are just chugging away. You know that the fire's coming pretty close to you when the red smoke is headed your way. And that's pretty much maximum aerosol pollution, except when the sky turns black. And we have black streaks here, too. Nicole says I'm getting attacked by a bee. Taking a break on that note. Yeah, you may want to, Oh yeah, Fresno is in Fresno County. Sorry, guys. Now, leaf blower guy is going by. Hopefully, you won't be able to hear that. I don't know why they're doing that all day. We're about to have a windstorm, so what is the point of blowing around the leaves today? It's going to be blown around by the wind, you know? Oh well. Okay, Fresno County. If the aircraft are out of that county, sometimes we might hear them, but I'm looking. Fresno City Police, Fire, and EMS has 91 people listening to it. Northern California major incident air tax is offline. We could try Fresno. But that's just going to be the city.
Can you disregard on that DSO for a little bit? Okay.
Try to get close enough so you can get a plate. It should come back registered to him. Copy. Could you go with his DOB really quick so you can pull up a photo of him?
Okay.
You have 727 of 90.
You got a
Adam 21, I'll take that one, copy.
Adam 21, copy.
You got a plume.
Got a flag down, CVS, Blackstone, and Clayton. Just some juveniles just stole a bunch of stuff from the store. You getting a call?
Nothing yet. You can't just start that way. He's bleeding. I don't know if he was assaulted or if he hurt himself. Teachers don't know what happened either. EMS is also en route. Son is awake. He's saying he's tired, having a hard time standing up.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it seems...
I'm not too sure where they went. The other customer that flagged me down, he was waving around the store, so it looks like they circled back and went northbound. Blackstone, possibly across the street to the car wash. Just your typical ran in the store with their mask, stole as much stuff as they could, took off running.
Bad behavior in Fresno. Okay, I'm going to stop that feed. It just sounds like it's police. Leaf blowers are most likely paid for maintenance service, rain, shine, or wind. Yeah. Let's go around and make noise and bother people even though it does nothing. Sounds about right. The thing is, they were doing it yesterday too. It's just the exact same spot. You're milking that clock, I guess. So, I was reading the Twitter. I think the McFarland's at 100% containment now. Nice. McFarland is 100% containment at 122,653 acres. Is the first of the 50,000 acre plus fires to be declared contained this year. The Beckworth is still at 98%. Now a note on that, the Beckworth and others, sometimes they'll hang around 98% because they'll lose funding, federal funding or some stupid red tape thing like that if they go to 100% containment. And since the Dixie fire met the Beckworth, I can see why they didn't want to lose funding, because within the Beckworth lines they had to spruce those up to contain the Dixie. So, but really the Beckworth is 100% containment with asterisks, for bureaucratic reasons. It's at 98%. That's the one at Doyle by the Dixie. The horrible Beckworth that's devastated the area. Okay, let's see if we have more cams to look at. Yeah, Tobias Peak 1 is going super volcanic. Look at that. That's quite a plume. We do have a couple of helicopters on it right now. I wish we could hear it. Yeah, exactly, Bob. I know. Spam emails, too. If our government cared about us, they could fix robocalls. Yeah. You would think they would want to. Half the retirees, who have dementia are giving all their money to scam artists around the globe. And then they're completely dependent upon the government for their care the rest of their lives. You'd think that they would make that quite a priority. It's just a giant sucking sound as a lot of America's wealth goes off to scam artists, but, priorities. Okay. Mystery Fontenot, great shot of the Sequoia Cup by this morning. Earlier lightning storms closest. I'm not sure what that means, Sequoia Cup. Sounds like a car racing award. Somebody won the Sequoia Cup today. Okay, here's our heat signatures. Windy is taking off towards the north, trying to reach wait, sorry, that's KNP. Windy is also going towards the north in a way, but it's spreading in many different directions. It's trying to get into SQF burn scar, and if it really gets established in there, that would be like the way I've been saying for the last few days. It's like the powder keg taking that gunpowder trail down to the bottom of the ship, and when the flame reaches the end of the trail, boom, because of the crazy dead fuels to the north from last year's fire. So it's really trying hard to get there. If they don't keep it out of there, I don't know what's going to happen. It'll just be a gigantic monster, and I'll have to go back to square one on it. It's probably just going to be winter that stops it anyway. They may just have a strategy of, let's go back to the strategy of last year, just save buildings. This is going to roar to the north for quite a bit until the north winds hit it Sunday night or so, and may kind of halt it, push it back on itself, but it's probably just going to do the same thing that the SQF did last year and rampage around, and they'll have to try to save things like Ponderosa and Fort Nelson again. They were able to last year, but can they do it this year? There's Peppermint Campground that it's getting close to. And Peppermint, there's a heliport right there. Where's Ponderosa? Oh, there's Camp Witsit. Yeah, I'm down at the other fire. Let's just go to Ponderosa. Oh, right there. I was close. And we got heat in it right there. Hopefully they can save Ponderosa. Last year they did, see? So hopefully they can do it again. But here's our red last 15 minutes activity. The Windy's gone hog wild down there. We've got the meadow burn scar as well. I'm hoping that this 100 grove sequoias makes it. Let's turn off fire history. We were looking at it approaching it closer last night. There's Upper Parker Meadow. I don't know if that's a grove. Okay. Mark says, I wonder why I had an alarm set for 4 o'clock. Because you wanted to be here. Maybe that's it. You know, watching devastation unfold. But also watching acts of heroism and heroic saving of places that are special. Trying to get a bearing on where the KMP is at. It's headed right for the Buck Rock Lookout. The red smoke is. Yeah, on the Fresno-Tulare County line. I mean, it's zoomed in, but the smoke at some point in time was headed right to it. But the southwest winds should be pushing the fire mostly to the northeast. So the KNP's next foreseeable target would be over this direction. Lodgepole, where we've got the heat detection all around it. So there could be quite a battle going on right there. Gosh, I wish we could hear something on the radio about it. Do we have any embedded media like KCRA or anybody like that? That would be better than nothing. Here's our Tobias Peak 1 cam. Yeah, hey Desiree, I still have a sore throat, but thanks. I've been resting it today. I gotta order some food though. Fresno has been known for bad behavior. Try Tulare County for the KNP. Hey David Birds, yeah, we've had it on for days. We had there's Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink. Then there's Tulare County Cal Fire and Sequoia and Kings National Forest.
Saturday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 77 to 82, 24-hour trend down 3 to 9 degrees, minimum humidity 26 to 36%, 24-hour trend up 3 to 9%, wind 20 foot 10-minute average, slopes, up valley 5 miles an hour in the early morning, then westerly 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges south 5 miles an hour in the early morning, 50 to the southwest 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon, LA Level 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 74 to 79, 24-hour trend down 2 to 4 degrees, minimum humidity 37 to 47%, 24-hour trend up 7 to 17%, wind 20 foot 10 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 3 miles an hour in the early morning, increasing to upslope, up valley 3 to 7 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges light in the early morning, becoming west 3 to 6 miles an hour by afternoon. LAL of 1, break.
That's the Sequoia National.
Sierra continuing with area 592, Central Sierra. Tonight, sky weather, mostly clear, haze and areas of smoke. Minimum temperature 5,000 feet, 52 to 57, 8,000 feet, 41 to 46. 24-hour trend, down 1 to 3 degrees. Max humidity 5,000 feet, 48 to 58%, 8,000 feet, 50 to 60%. 24-hour trend, down 4 to 10%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 3 to 8 miles an hour. Ridges south 3 to 10 miles an hour. LAL of 1. Saturday, sky weather, sunny, areas of smoke in the morning, haze. Max temperature 5,000 feet, 70 to 75, 8,000 feet, 58 to 63. 24-hour trend, down 3 to 9 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 23 to 33%, 8,000 feet, 20 to 30%. 24-hour trend, up 7 to 13%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, upslope, up valley 3 to 9 miles an hour in the early morning, then westerly 3 to 12 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges southwest 3 to 13 miles an hour. LAL of 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 5,000 feet, 67 to 72, 8,000 feet, 56 to 61. 24-hour trend, down 2 to 4 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 28 to 38%, 8,000 feet, 25 to 35%. 24-hour trend, up 3 to 9%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, upslope, up valley 7 miles an hour in the early morning, increasing to westerly 3 to 11 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges southwest 3 to 13 miles an hour. LAL of 1, break. Sierra continuing with area 593, North Kings River. Fire weather watch for gusty winds, low relative humidities, and dry fuels in effect from Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening. Tonight, sky weather, mostly clear, haze and areas of smoke. Minimum temperature 5,000 feet, 58%. 8,000 feet, 41 to 46%. 24-hour trend, down 1 to 3 degrees. Max humidity 5,000 feet, 41 to 51%. 8,000 feet, 50 to 60%. 24-hour trend, down 7 to 13%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 3 to 8 miles an hour in the early evening, then easterly 6 miles an hour. Ridges south 3 to 8 miles an hour in the early evening, shifting to the southeast 7 miles an hour. LAL of 1. Saturday, sky weather, sunny, areas of smoke in the morning, haze. Max temperature 5,000 feet, 70 to 75, 8,000 feet, 60 to 65. 24-hour trend, down 3 to 9 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 24 to 33%, 8,000 feet, 21 to 31%. 24-hour trend, up 6 to 12%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, upslope, up valley 3 to 8 miles an hour in the early morning, then westerly 3 to 11 miles an hour by afternoon. Ridges south 10 miles an hour in the early morning, shifting to the southwest 3 to 11 miles an hour by afternoon. LAL of 1. Sunday, sky weather, sunny, max temperature 5,000 feet, 67 to 72, 8,000 feet, 59 to 64. 24-hour trend, little change. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 28 to 38%, 8,000 feet, 24 to 34%. 24-hour trend, up 2 to 4%. Wind 20 foot 10-minute average. Slopes, downslope 6 miles an hour in the early morning, increasing to upslope, up valley by afternoon. Ridges west 8 miles an hour in the early morning, increasing to 3 to 11 miles an hour by afternoon. LAL of 1. This concludes the afternoon report. Time check 1606, KME 26.
Well, it does give the occasional weather update and such, but in general this has been pretty quiet, unfortunately. Look at the Yosemite cam. That's interesting. It just kind of shows a tree. So we have Blue Mountain, Kern to pick from. Tobias Peak, of course. I'm trying to remember the other cams that generally are pretty good. That might show. Rocky Hill can be good, but it's facing the wrong direction. It needs to go due east. Blue Ridge 1 can be good when it faces the right direction. Really smoked in. But that's the Sequoia and Sierra National Forest Kings Canyon feed. But we've never heard anything like tanker action unless anybody has another broadcast of 5 for us to look at. So, yeah, thanks KDoc for showing people links. Yeah, I think Rhonda, thanks for answering though. Don't believe any Central California TV stations have a helicopter and as like the LA and Sacramento ones. Kind of flying blind, so to speak. Yeah, we could see the plane, we just can't hear them. Yeah, I've been seeing that, Helen. Several satellites detects heat at 100 giants, and we saw a lot of that earlier this morning too. So, Zeke Lunder with Lookout YouTube channel posted a video today. Cool. Well, you guys can watch it, but it's a copyright thing. We can look at his blog, but yeah, KCRA is live, but stories not related to fires. Yeah, it cost them a whole lot of money to launch the helicopter. It better be really compelling footage for them to capture, otherwise they don't make their money back. And I get that. Video productions like that. And if there's not a lot of tanker action, people have already seen a whole lot of fire on trees, you know. Unfortunately, this being Tulare County, it's just not going to get a lot of news. That's the sad state of affairs. Every once in a while, they'll cry about trees on the media, but there's not enough big cities and major evacuations for it to be a big news story. Even though last year's fires pretty much killed almost 15% of all sequoias on Earth. And these are on their way towards killing a big chunk of the rest. It's just a sad state of affairs. So we have some aircraft over windy, not much, a couple of helicopters. The K&P don't think has any. Just scanning the area. I definitely need to eat some food. Let me get something ordered. Let's check the other fires for aircraft. Because if we could listen to Caldor, I mean they've got at least some aircraft on it. It'd be something to listen to, you know. I have no idea why they named that fire by Santa Clarita the Immigrant Fire. It's gonna freak out half the people of Tahoe saying there's a fire by Immigrant Gap. Nope. No, they just have stupid fire naming conventions. We've also got aircraft up at the Dixie up there.
Max temperature 5,000 feet, 70 to 75. 8,000 feet, 60 to 65. 24-hour trend down 3 to 5 degrees. Minimum humidity 5,000 feet, 21 to 31%. 8,000 feet, 17 to 27%. 24-hour trend up 4 to 10. 24 winds, slopes, upslope, up valley, 8 miles an hour in the early morning, increasing to westerly by afternoon. Ridges, southwest 9 miles per hour in the early morning, shifting to the west 3 to 11 by afternoon. Break.
Okay. That was kind of random. Other than the occasional weather, we don't hear a lot. So they're running around Ponderosa and checking it out, but we don't see any actual helicopters at Ponderosa. I hope they're doing okay defending it. Then they'll probably be prepping to defend Camp Nelson. Cedar Slope almost burned to the ground last year. There's not too much to defend unless they started rebuilding. That's the kicker. What if they began rebuilding this year? Unbelievable. We were looking at the devastating map of losses. And that was quite bad. I don't think we had any action here at Blue Ridge. Era. Nope, Serene, I didn't know about new evacuation orders. I haven't checked that. If the general public stood there real time to feel the fire, see the big trees burning, they'd be interested. Desensitized by watching life on movie screen, no real human emotional response activated. No, as a video production student, I can tell you, seeing things on camera does activate emotional response. Newspaper print is the thing that doesn't. People don't really know what fires and such are like until they watch. There's a huge interest in the helmet cams of fire crews and such. When people come in here, there's huge interest in seeing the tankers, seeing the real moving pictures. Yeah, hearing it, like as many senses as you can activate, visual plus audio, puts you there. Actually having the faces of firefighters and such interviewed. There's no such thing as desensitization to things like violence and fires. The theory was that watching movies would desensitize people to real violence, and that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. It's not at all similar. It's like saying playing cowboys and Indians with 1950s cap guns will somehow make you totally cool with the horrors of war, but any World War II veteran will say, no, that didn't really help, huh? And people know what's real and fake. Let's see. Here's Tobias Peak again. Let's look at the new evacuation stuff. Sorry, I'm super sick. I can't remember something from one moment to the next. I never saw Clockwork Orange. I hear it's kind of intense. Let's see here. It's possible to desensitize, not from video. It isn't. And that theory has been shot down as completely nonsense. And the theory for the rise in violence explaining among youth and stuff, no. Video games and stuff don't desensitize you to anything. My whole generation went to Iraq and Afghanistan. We played video games pretty hard. You ask any veteran coming back, did that prepare you for the war? Heck no, it didn't. It's a game, and we always knew that. Ketchup blood, fake blood, that's what video game stuff is. Nobody talks about that anymore, really. The psychological studies came back, the jury is in. It was a dumb theory. I've seen the most horrible things on video, and I can't unsee them. Like when I was little, I watched Nick Berg's beheading, and you click on it thinking, oh well, what? And no, nothing prepared me for that. Nothing. The memory of that's still horrifying. No amount of video games I ever played prepared me to witness a human decapitation. It was quite different. And that did not make me tougher, it just sucked. So, in fact, most people get more and more sensitive to the more violence that they see and the more disturbed they get. And more and more suicidal. Let's see. Go to, what camera was I looking for? Sorry guys, we have a multicam view. Yeah, people blame Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto for violence. That's because they're fools. Just no other way to say it. The world doesn't need video games or screens or anything to be violent. I mean, look how violent the Roman Empire was. Look at the ancient world crucifying people and gladiator games and such. Medieval times, torture. Human beings put under those circumstances and evil governments, they just do stuff like that. It's, I don't want to get into that debate, but it just infuriates me, though. People thought they'd put an adult rating on video games and cure United States violence, when most of it is because of poverty and gang warfare and horrible other reasons that they didn't want to touch. They just wanted to say, let's put a label on video games and rap music. Like, seriously? You think that rap music causes people in the inner city to get violent, and it's not the daily struggle for survival? Really? That's interesting. Talk about not getting to the real problem or not wanting to help people. It's like, anyway, that just infuriates me. Sorry, I don't like the topic. So, the thing that helps deal with violence and like first responders is training. When I wanted to be a 911 operator, and I got really far ahead in the hiring process before, there was like 8,000 other applicants at the time. They said what helps you is psychological training and then psychological help. And a sort of brotherhood effect. You have other people in the same job that know how it is, just like soldiers go to support groups because only other soldiers know how it is. And you will be affected, but you'll make it through because you have the support you need. It never gets, it's never going to be an easy thing to have somebody scream, over the telephone in their last moments. But if you want to help people, you have to find ways of coping. And that explains the difference in suicide rates between city firefighters and wildland. And we need to support our wildland firefighters super extra because they go home and they don't have the brotherhood. And they're disturbed by what they've seen. And so the public needs to constantly give them praise because that helps them cope, saying thank you, thank you, thank you, no matter what. Community support matters. And they need emotional support long after the fire ends. Like, that should be provided. And I'm glad that wildland firefighting is changing.
To the Park Service gate, just driving. The first dozer is probably, half a mile to 3/4 of a mile away for the first pass. The gate's still locked, so nobody ever came up here to unlock it.
Oh. The radio's alive. What I meant to be saying, and it's a dark subject, but what I'm happy about is they're finally recognizing the emotional needs of our wildland firefighters and how they are affected more deeper in a kind of a bad psychological way and they have things like the puppies. Remember the puppies? They said if you're feeling blue, report to the puppy petting station, and that was a real thing on the Dixie. It's just amazing. So we're finally recognizing it, and you know, I've talked to some of those wildland firefighters. They really are affected. But looks like it's sort of, is it collapsing? The column, is it collapsing? So nobody, mods, are you guys awake? Did you guys see those comments? Just checking, just checking. But that person's not welcome back here. What a piece of crap. Anyway, let me go put them on the list. Yeah, somebody wants to say lol, snowflake firefighters. You know what? Okay. Okay, let's go. Mark says, why did I set a backup alarm for 4:20? I don't know, Mark. Setting alarms for 4 in the afternoon and 4:20. Maybe you should lay off the NyQuil. How's it going with your cleanup? I'm glad your place didn't burn down. That was scary. That you were saying you had a house fire. Is that going okay? $9.17. That person's disturbing. Did you see that series of comments? Don't show the smoke, show the fire. Show the fire, show the fire. You some sort of a pyromaniac? Some people are disturbing on the internet, I tell you. I like helping people, but the encountering some severely disturbed people has been a bit of an eye-opener. So let's go here to Bias Peak 1. Do we have any other cams? Let's see if we have aircraft. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm still sick. We are supposed to go to Tulare County Sheriff's Office, see if they had new evacuations. Gosh, I can't even remember things from one moment to the next. Struggling with the flu here. Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Yeah, an hour ago. New evacuation warnings for the Windy, Camp Nelson, yeah, just like we were looking at. Cedar Slope, what remains of Cedar Slope, and Alpine Village. They basically burned to the ground last year. Rogers Camp, Sequoia's Crest due to the Windy Fire. Pierpoint, Quay Flat, Mountain Air. Warnings are still voluntary, but, you know, anybody there really just needs to go. That's going to go mandatory, I'm pretty dang sure. The way that the southwest winds are pushing at a pretty high rate of speed. towards the north and northeast. It's better to just go. So windy fire update. If you're not able to plan to evacuate your domestic animals, please make arrangements with Tulare County Animal Services. And evacuation orders, of course, remain in effect from Johnsondale to Camp Whitsett and Peppermint Road. And the heat detections we have are right over Peppermint, right over Johnsondale, not Johnsondale, but over Camp Whitsett right now. So I'm hoping the battles are going okay.
Were you able to copy that traffic with the report of a vegetation fire 5S10 near Globe Rock?
I did not copy
The report came in from Range 5. They received a report from the public. It did not have a size on it. They did give us a legal of 23 East, 5 South, Section 23, and describing it off of 5S10 near Globe Rock.
Did he say Globe Rock?
Yes, unable to copy. Traffic was extremely scratchy.
I'd say.
I'll give you a phone call here.
Hey, Brian L. Thanks for being here, Brian. Thank you for the pat on the head. The positive.
Should I hear?
Yeah, it's too smoky out there, Steve, out towards Globe Rock. I can't pick up anything out there.
Should I hear? Copy.
The positive pats on the heads and comments always offset the weird negative stuff like that, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. If all I was surrounded with was that kind of comments like that weirdo, I don't know that I would want to do this. But knowing I can at least help in some way, that's what we're here for. So, yeah, thank you, and well, yeah, Mark's up by the Reno air show thing. Yeah, exactly, Dusty. Like wandering the African savannah. Lots of zebra, gazelle, giraffes, but you gotta watch out for hyenas. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, polar vortex, exactly. What do you think we are looking at? That is a fire. Exactly, Emma Rose. Firefighters are the best of the best. And they deserve everything. You know what they deserve? Firefighters deserve to get paid a heck of a lot more than sports athletes. I think I rest my case there. It kind of makes me sick to my stomach, the $1 million contracts for playing football and stuff. It's like, really? You know who protects them? Firefighters. They're $10 million homes protected by firefighters who have to give up their lung capacity and get exposed to chemicals and such. I'm pretty sure we need. They should deserve free health care. Okay, let's go. We have a multicam view. I keep forgetting to order food. Yeah, that's good news, Husky. They said, you know how close they stopped the fire, the immigrant fire?
Here, we have a report of a wildfire. We'd like you to head to the area of Globe Rock.
Copy, you can show Engine 11 responding to the Globe Rock area.
Oh dear.
11 Sierra. Additionally, the report is on the 5S10.
I thought that was near the other fires. It's not.
Copy. 5S10.
353 Sierra.
Unless I'm wrong. Am I at the wrong Globe Rock? Is there one for Tulare County? Because that is all I'm seeing. But I don't see a heat detection. That's far north of...
353 Sierra.
That's not right. Yeah. Oh, hey, Derry. Has anyone good news on Gabby?
Engine 353.
Engine 353 Sierra, we'd like you to head out to the area of Globe Rock for reported vegetation fires. Additionally, on the 5S10.
Yeah, it's gotta be near here.
Engine 353 copies. Globe Rock. 550.
Now, I was saying about the immigrant trail that the air tankers stopped the fire from reaching the natural gas pipeline. Yay! Now that would have been a big boom. But it's really winding down. We haven't checked out the cameras for that in a bit. Now they're saying vegetation fire. 23 East, 5 South, Section 23, off of the 5S10 and Globe Rock. Does anybody know where that is? I thought it might be near the KNP or the Windy, but it's taking me random places here on CalTopo. Oh yeah, Mark, it's going to be a busy weekend. Who's Gabby? Hi, Terry. There's a missing girl? Where at? And thanks for the update, Husky. The fire at Levick is named after immigrant landing at nearby Pyramid Lake. Yep, Hammerhead, that's... thanks for that info. But what I'm saying is they shouldn't name fires like that, so close to others. So Immigrant Gap is near Truckee by the Caldor fire. And whenever they name new fires after towns, it freaks out the people by the towns. There's always a quick rumor that goes around. Fire by Truckee? Nope. They just... That's the name of a road. You know what I'm saying? We had 2 different active working river fires with the same name. One in Placer County and one with the river complex. And it's... You know, last year... Hey, Big Daddy, thank you so much for the tip. I'm gonna get a good meal now. Oh, you found it, K-Doctor? Thank you. Yeah, big hugs, Big Daddy. Thanks for help keeping me positive. This is a... Oh, wow, that is a cool rock.
Here, duty officer.
Duty officer Smith here.
So...
Responding also.
Sierra copies responding 1636.
So that's that's not Tulare County. How far does this radio go? We don't have a heat detection. But, that is a cool rock. That is amazing. Mother Nature is a sculptor. That's like a super egg. Huh. Oh no, look at the big giant dead trees in the background. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's adorable. I wonder if my parents ever took me there. It's kind of vaguely familiar. Oh, that's a cute picture. It's kind of vaguely familiar. That's gotta be a glacial erratic. It's been rounded. Glaciers... There's a dog in front of it. every once in a while, nature props up a rock like that. We had one called the Duck Rock at the Oregon coast, and a bunch of idiot teenagers toppled it. Wow. Of course, yeah. Yeah. Cue the thousands of pictures of people looking like they're holding it up. Yeah. That's. Now I have to put that on my list to make a silly, goofy picture. So on my list of California rocks to see is Hot Rock, of course, at Lassen. Need to go back and see Hot Rock. And now Globe Rock is on the list, but I hope there's no crazy fire there today. I still don't see a heat detection. The way they were saying by the 5S10 road, I don't see that. That's up by Yosemite, isn't it? Anybody ever been out of there? It's out of North Fork. Yeah, I was thinking that there's got to be more than one. It's got to be over by the K&P, because the radio we heard is the Sequoia National Park radio. I know it's kind of a big region, but North Fork area is where the fire is. I hope they're able to save Lodgepole. And, well, the Giants. There's probably some sort of ongoing battle there. Jackie Wilkins says, do you think our fire naming system works? Oh, heck no. I think maybe a naming system like tropical storms will be used and less scary for people. Yeah, exactly. The thing is I hate tropical storms and hurricanes being named after human names. Because Katrina was a lovely name until the hurricane happened, and that's just forever going to be a wince reaction from all the people horrified that had to go through that. And so I don't know why you would want to associate human names with horrible disasters. They could do an alphabetical, one year do mammal names, the other year do reptiles, or periodic table of elements. I know they want to do A through Z, with the earliest storms being the A, B, and C, and that's why you have Andrews and Bobs and Charlies and Katrinas are late storms, right? But really, Animal Kingdom names or something else. But yeah, the ones for the fires are horrible. There was already a Dixie fire going when the Dixie fire was named, and it's just an obscure. It's an obscure random road. Can you imagine the people who are in Dixie Valley who thought that they had a fire near them, or would get confused with that? Later, the Dixie fire expanded to Dixie Valley, which is crazy and ironic. But they had two river fires going on at the same time. There was a different Dixie fire in a different state, I think in the Dakotas, happening at the same time. My first initial searches for information went to the Dakotas. Last year, I had all kinds of hate mail type reaction, and I, of course, didn't deserve that, but I was covering the Riverside fire of Clackamas County, Oregon, which was rampaging and horrible. And I had a bunch of people trample in saying, fake news, there's no fire in Riverside County, I checked. Thanks a lot. Because apparently my stream was showing up for Riverside County, Riverside, California, searches, and people thought I was faking them out. I'm like, no, it's Clackamas County, Oregon. It always freaks out the people that think that their town's on fire, Exactly. Multiple fires are named the Walker Fire. When they do that in the same year, when the same fires are going, I had the hardest time telling people that the river fire in Placer County was different than the river complex. Yeah, we could use a change. If you have a good, numericals, something. Oh, Digger Dog says, should I peak area for the rock? Okay. Alyssa McBride says, how fast does a heat detection show up on the site once a fire is started? Yeah, that's a good question. Usually, the GOES-17 satellite is hovering in geostationary orbit, which is almost always over California. in one section or another, and usually you have it update around every 20 minutes to 25. And so the color code is related to how long ago was the heat detected. So first you have to wait for the satellite to make its pass, which might show up in 20 minutes, right? And then the fire has to be big enough at the time it made the pass to show up. Otherwise, you might have to wait an additional 20 minutes. Usually 4 acres in size is about what you need, 4 or 5, maybe 6. Although with some cases, like a massive structure fire, you might have it show up real soon. So it kind of depends on when did that satellite make a pass. You could have a 40-minute delay if you got unlucky with it. So let's see, Digger, Shut Eye Peak. Is that Fresno County? Because we know the fire's on the border. Shut Eye Peak, okay. Yeah, but that's way up there. So is it a vegetation fire by Yosemite? We can go to a Forest Service map. Is that the 5? The road is the 5S10. That's what I wrote down. I'm not quite sure where that might be. Every once in a while, that GO-17 satellite is kind of out of commission for 5 hours, and we had that happen a week or 2 ago. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. They had to rename the Florence fire because people in Florence, Oregon thought the town was on fire when it wasn't. Yeah, the way... It's a real serious thing. The more serious the disaster, the more accurate and careful you gotta be. Just in my opinion. The way that rumor mill spreads and the Twitter age, everything is just boom, instantaneous. East of Bass Lake, okay. Because the north fork. Sorry, I need blood sugar, guys. I've got to order the food. The K&P is where I thought the Low Rock area might be, but it's way up there by Yosemite. I could probably check Twitter by now and see if somebody's got a map for me to help me out. I have to order food. Blood sugar problem is kind of getting bad, so let me see if my multicam is still good. That doesn't show much. But right in the crosshairs, we do have evacuation warnings for Camp Nelson. Basically everything north and east of the K&P, and I think people should just go now. It's I mean, be prepared, and as soon as preparations are done, go. Don't wait for it to say mandatory. It's being downwind of a mega fire. The wind isn't going to change significantly. There's massive plumes. They'll start losing things like telephone lines and whatnot. It's just best to make your way out of there in a calm and orderly manner before chaos and traffic jams and traffic accidents and whatnot. So, yeah, hi Alyssa. Yeah, thank you. Great info. I learned so much from the channel. That makes me happy. If you guys have any other questions, let me know. Oh yeah, thanks K-Doctor for the good links and everybody. And thanks Mod for helping me with this. Yeah, the GO-17 satellite is a geostationary orbit satellite. But you're right, totally, Jack. The public confusion is one of the worst things that I have to clear up all the time. David Bird says any evacuees from Three Rivers in an RV looking to get a site in an RV park. Almond Tree Oasis RV Park in Coalinga has some sites available, giving evacuees a discount. Cool, thank you, David, for letting us know about that. Gabby lives in Florida but disappeared in Teton National Park. Oh, that's sad. Yeah. That's bad weather. I mean, this is a bad time of the year to go missing in the mountains. Yeah, time for me to go get the foods. Let's go. I was hoping the radio would say something. Which county has the majority? Which county has the majority of Yosemite in it? Maybe we could listen to the new vegetation thing. Okay. Maybe we could listen to Caldor. The winds should be picking up on Dixie and Caldor. But I don't know. I forgot to check those cams. Earlier I checked them and they didn't look bad. The Sierra Tahoe cam might be one of the better choices to check it out real quick. Barely see anything. Let's check out the heat detections for that area first and then see what cam might help us. Are we seeing nothing for heat? Really? I would expect something. We got a little bit of heat kind of by Old Station, a little bit south of it. And they warned us in those videos that there would be a possibility of it spreading to the northeast across their lines, but when the wind changes out of the north in the next few days, it should blow it back and the moisture would probably rain it out. But over at we have full containment on the McFarland, that's yay, 100% at the Monument and River and Hay Press and all those. They're the ones likely to get the most rain. So that's it's ultimately going to be really good news for that. Just a question mark if the rain helps the Dixie, Caldor, and probably just won't. We probably just won't get rain, unfortunately, down in the south. The other fires, and hopefully they get a handle on the Yosemite thing real quick. Okay, let's do a loop here. How do I say that? I keep saying it wrong. Tulum National, Tulum County, Mariposa, Mono, and Madera counties. Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. If anybody sees an active broadcastify alert for those, I should take a look on my phone. Somebody sent me a screenshot and I can't really see it. Yeah, it said alert flare-ups southwest of Silver Lake near Tragedy Springs, same as the previous slop over. Update, North National Weather Service issued a fire weather watch for gusty and erratic winds, lightning Thursday into Friday, blah blah. But, oh, this is like an old... Yeah, we knew about that. Alright. Let me check what else I got for my... Twitter, maybe. But yeah, I gotta do the food first. Gotta do the food first. Let's go to Broadcastify. I've got that on my phone. I've got Scanner Radio app, and that should tell me if there's an alert for different counties. Yep, there's an alert for the wildfire in LA. Scrolling. So I'm going to type in I'll type in Mariposa first. See if there's a lot of active listeners. Madera, Mariposa, Merced County's fire, 28 listeners. Cal Essential Sierra Fire Tactical Feed. And it seems to not have any audio. Darn. Let's try... I don't know how to say that. You guys have to correct me again. Tulum County? Tuolumne. Okay, I was really wrong. Like Tulare, Tuolumne. Okay. Thank you. Tuolumne. Okay.
Sierra, for information, received a secondary report from Wildlife 5 stating they received a second report from the public stating fire is currently an acre in size and beginning to get into the trees.
Oh dear. So there's that new one.
Copy that. Why don't we add crew 5 to this dispatch, get them rolling out of Nellis Road here.
Here copies. I'd like to start Fresno 4, 1655.
Copy that. Is that their go deal? They're Fresno 4, not Fresno 5?
Smith, yeah, that's affirmative. Confirming Fresno 4. You'd like to start?
That's perfect.
Okay, so it's about an acre in size and getting into trees. I don't think it has a name yet. Emma Rose is pouring.
Fresno 4, copy direct. Can you show us responding?
Copy Fresno 4, copy direct. Additionally, have a lamp long, estimated lamp long for you if you like.
Yes, please.
Lat long.
Fresno 4, Sierra. Reported location was near Globe Rock on the 5S10 break. Sierra continuing, estimated lamp long would be 37 degrees. Correction, yeah, 37 degrees, 29.3 by 119 degrees, 24.9.
There we go.
Copy,
yep.
That was 37.29.3 by 119.24.9, correct?
Fresno 4, Sierra, affirmative, 37 degrees, 29.3 by 119.24.9.
Copy.
There we go. Yep, right next to the Globe Rock. You were right. You win the prize. So, Tuolumne. Smitty's saying it's Tuolumne. Okay. I don't know who's right, Smitty or Bella. Tuolumne. Tuolumne. Okay. I may have to do that. The Google producer sound generator. Yeah, we were just covering the that fire, the one in LA by Pyramid Lake, Mark Sanding. It looks like they're really wrapping it up. I mean, it's looking a lot less dangerous on the cams. You barely see it now. Here's the Levick Oaks cam. Sorry about the bad time lapse there. That camera was troubled. But they slammed it with aircraft and they prevented it from reaching the above ground natural gas pipeline, which is great. Unfortunately, we got a new fire, and that's by the Globe Rock. So let's try to see if a cam...
Responding to the incident near Globe Rock, per 15th and 2 would like you to protect the origin.
Almost due east of Modesto.
Here is your 11 copy.
Your copies are 11, 60, 59.
Sierra, Agent 353 off the copy. And Sierra, Fresno 4, copied all.
I don't know if any cams are going to be looking over there. You've got Yosemite 1 and 2, and we basically have smoke. It doesn't seem to be looking in exactly the right direction. I mean, quite a ways due east of Modesto. If one of these cameras will spin around, like Yosemite Lakes, it might show something. But it's 1 acre in size anyway. Ah, they just sort of did spin around. I think that one's on rotate. Ugh. Is front row view of fire devastated area. Okay guys, I gotta order the foods. If you guys find a scanner radio feed for that area, let me know. Just trying to figure out a good county. That's Madera County. Madera. Okay, left channel is dispatching command. Right channel is Madera Valley Command, TAC 7, Air TAC 6, Sierra Forest, Merced County Fire. Okay, let's see if I can add that to the feed. Okay. I can add a feed, United States, California, Madera County, Just bear with me. Alright, add and play. Whoa. That is loud. So, I've got it at pretty low volume. Hopefully it won't blast our ears out. We'll see if it comes to life. Okay, back to ordering the foods. I don't know that we're gonna see anything. Let's check out Tobias Peak 1. Last report was that new fire. It doesn't have a name yet. About 1 acre or 2 in size, getting into trees at Globe Rock. Almost quite a far bit due east of what did I say, Modesto? Yeah, almost due east of Modesto at Globe Rock. I think that's within Yosemite National Park. Let's see. That's right there. Just south of it. Let's go to Forest Service map. Well, I think that's Sierra National Forest. Can't quite tell. We've got a very silent radio. But Fresno units are responding over to it right now. It's raining in Quincy. Oh, good, Julie York. That sounds awesome. That sounds good. Yeah, hey, Terry. Yeah, we don't want fire and no trees, that's for sure. That's maybe in the confines of the creek fire from last year. Probably. To wallow me. Okay, I got it. To wallow me. I'm just gonna go with that. Okay, time to order the foods. Okay, food. 'Buy one, get one free. Cucumber salad. That's a lot of cucumber salad. I don't think I need that much cucumber salad. Close enough to Wallow Me works. What, it's not right? It's not correct? I don't think close enough is good. Tuolami? Tuolami, okay. Somebody says Tuolomi. Is it Tuolami? Tuolomi? Tuolami? Oh, for love of cars. So Digger Dog says the jack burned almost to Bass Lake. Okay. Severe red flag warming. Tomorrow for Nevada. Well, I think that should be a word. I think severe red flag should be a word based on what we saw. The windy animation that I kept showing you guys. Did you guys see that? Look at this. You can put plant the flag somewhere, go to wind gusts, and this is wind gust. Remember, red is 45 miles an hour. Anything inside the red, that's that blue color, is 50 mile an hour wind gusts ish, right? Or worse. It doesn't really have a differentiate between 50, 60, and 70, except 70 becomes a weird light green color in the center, I guess, as illustrated over here. But don't ask me why. So here's the giant red flag zone, because this, just watch how horrible that's gonna get with the dry desert winds. Check it out. So here's now coming through the weekend. It's just gonna slam through the area. Bam, bam. If there isn't, oh, there's that new radio feed.
But here, for information, helicopter 3 Hotel X-ray is on and available.
Yay, a helicopter is going to
Copy that. They said that Batterson.
Smith here, that's affirmative. On and available Batterson. Smith here. Additionally, it'll be half an hour before they can fly again.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll advise him we got someone on scene here to give you an update.
Copy 1710.
Yes.
Here's Smith. Smith here, for information, helicopter 3 Hotel X-ray is on and available.
see, this is a bad weekend. At least in the north they get rain.
They said that Batterson.
Look what happens.
Affirmative. On and available Batterson. Smith's here. Additionally, it'll be half an hour before they can fly again.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll advise him we got someone on scene here to give you an update.
Copy 1710.
That's Sunday at 1 p.m. Hold on to your butts. And that's not going to have any moisture in it for the windy and the KNP. It's going to be a hard weekend, especially for the fires down south. The ones up north will probably get rained on. It's raining in Quincy right now. That sounds awesome. Hey Gail, hello. How am I today? I'm still struggling with the truck flu, the flu that makes you feel like you're hit by a truck. Yeah, Desiree, we got a brand new fire at the Globe Rock. The last one was right? Okay. I have no idea what I said. Okay. Yeah, and if there isn't something called severe red flag, I think it should be called. I think there should be scales on that. If it's like 5% humidity and 75 mile an hour wind gusts, that's totally different than 15% humidity and 35 mile an hour wind gusts, but they would call it the same thing. They'd call it red flag. Hang on, I gotta order the food. We have 2 radios going now, I hope. Hope that'll suffice. If the other fire comes up on a cam, let me know. But Tobias Peak is the one that has the most action. The one, thank goodness, the one down down south looks like they were really happy with it. They slammed it with aircraft, and it's going well.
Engine 95 en route to Hillmore High School for a public event. Be available from that location for the next 4 hours.
The copies at 1713.
I'm just worried with the Reno Air Show, like, as bad as a plane crash would be. Can you imagine the kind of fire that would start in these kind of conditions? I witnessed a plane crash before. It was just awful. Okay. Okay, whoops, where's my food? I'm sorry about the hum. I can't make that volume any lower. The volume of the voices is going to be too low. Okay, ordering the boots. Here's the link to the fire maps of the red flag watches. Thanks for doing that.
Units responding to the incident off of 5S10 near Globe Rock. Be advised, 15 King 2 is made it on scene and is advising incoming resources will have to cut their way through a couple of down trees, break.
Oh wow.
They're continuing break. They're continuing. All units responding. Additionally, there is a updated lat long, 37 degrees, 28.2 by 119, 25.00. Responding to the incident off of 5S10 near Globe Rock. Be advised, 15 King 2 near Globe Rock. 15 King 2 is made it on scene and is advising incoming resources will have to cut through down trees. Additionally, provided an updated lat long, 37 degrees, 28.2 by 119, 25.00. Break.
Okay, I copied that.
Yeah, Smith, here. All units responding. Just copied off. Engine 11.
Engine 11 copies off.
Engine 353.
Gary, Engine 353 copies.
No 4.
President 4 copies.
The copies, all units responding. Copy 1717.
We got a new lat longitude. Okay, 28.2, and they have to cut their way in because there's trees down over the road. So, right over by Kate's Cow Camp site. Kate's Cow Camp. That's cute. I imagine we'll get a detection somewhat soon. Oh.
Unit service local.
Veripose engine 19 and quarters.
That's got base at 1719.
Mariposa, engine 65 is back in the CRA. You can release the cover engine. Mariposa, engine 63 and quarters. Yes, Sierra, duty officer Smith. The officer Smith Sierra from 15 King 2, sitting moderately express with 214, sorry, 8 inside with rocks and the metal in the area. Inside the... Copy, stand by.
Sorry, that's not me. They're talking over each other on the radio.
Dr. Smith Sierra. Go ahead. Dr. Smith Sierra, that is a negative. Does not appear to be in the creek scar. Copy that.
So the Skyline 1 is en route to John T. Fremont to rendezvous with fire and EMS. We're about 11 minutes out.
Rapid copy to 1721.
Windy looking big. Ugh.
Mariposa, engine 96 in quarters.
96 Mariposa, copy with 17.
Buying lots of mushrooms. Mushrooms on a stick. I'm passing on the chicken gizzards on a stick.
Mariposa, engine 41 and quarters.
41 at 17, thank you.
Getting coconut sago.
Copy with 1720.
Water Center 92, available at court.
92 at 17 seconds.
Let's see if we have a heat detection yet. Not so far. That's due east of, what did I say, Merced? I think it's Sierra National Forest.
Units responding to the incident off the 5S10 near Globe Rock. Be advised, incident name will be Bayshore. Frequencies will be command on Sierra Channel 4. Tactical will be on Nifty TAC 2. And air to ground will be air to ground 41.
Okay, it's called the Bayshore. It has nothing to do with the bay or shore, but that's what they're going to call it.
On Tone 5, all resources responding to the incident off of the 5S10 near Globe Rock. Be advised, incident name will be Bayshore. Frequencies will be command on tactical on Nifty TAC 2 and air to ground 41. Break.
Northeast of Oakhurst, almost due east of Turlock, actually, in Sierra National Forest.
On Channel 4, Tone 2, unable to copy traffic. Can you repeat?
Oh yeah, and no onions. This restaurant is the one that's good, and so I'm going to repeat my business at this one. They've never done me wrong like that. The others...
Confirming copied frequencies and name. Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith. Division 11.
Division 11 copies all.
Division 353. Fresno 4.
Fresno 4.
Your copy. All units responding and copy the traffic with the exception of Dr. Smith, 1727.
Okay. Buck Rock is looking nasty. Let's do a time lapse there. The fire's sort of going its direction, but peeling off towards the northeast. The Globe Rock is where the new fire is. It's quite a ways due east of Turlock into Sierra National Park at Globe Rock. Trees are down. The fire is about 1 to 2 acres in size, climbing into trees last reported, and they're going to have to cut their way into the forest because trees fell down over the road apparently. Yeah, we have a longitude and latitude. It's 37 degrees, 28.2, minus 119 degrees, 25.0. It's kind of deep in the wilderness. You can just look up Globe Rock on Google Maps, and it's almost right next to it. So this is looking at the K&P smoke getting closer towards the Buck Rock lookout, but then it kind of shifts away as the fire seems to be going not just north but towards the northeast, taking direct aim at places like Ponderosa and Peppermint. Now under evacuation warning is Camp Nelson and the burned out charred remains of the other communities that got hit by the SQF complex last year. Can you imagine starting to rebuild this year and having to evacuate again? If I had to reckon, it probably will reach those areas. They'll just...
Engine 11, engine 233.
You'll just have to make the best of it.
We'll get past Globe Rock and you hang a right on that dirt road.
He actually came down the 5S15 that tied to the 5S13 and the 5S10.
Okay, copy.
Okay, add items. Bear with me, I'm ordering my food. Thank you so much for the kind donations taking care of me. It lets me remain at my station instead of going out and getting other people sick with the flu for one thing, and then trying to get groceries or food. This is what, day 66?
Medic 22, can you confirm the unit number of the helicopter?
This is their...
Skylight 1.
Is there a helicopter going out there? Yeah, that might be it. Hopefully they just slam it with aircraft and it's done deal and they go back to the other fires. That's all we need is another one. Yeah, it's northeast of Oakhurst, but here's the thing. The southwest winds would be blowing it away from Oakhurst at the moment. I mean, later there's a north wind at the end of the week, but for the moment it's going away from that, theoretically. We'll see it on the satellite soon, probably. But we'll watch it for you. Matt says, are you getting your sleep these days? The healing elixir known as sleep. Well, I did when I first came down with the flu, and my sleep schedule's upside down. So I was up at night because I slept the entire day yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but yeah, yesterday. And I woke up at night and this morning tried to get a nap from 9:30 or 10 until 2ish, but all I did was shake and shiver. It's kind of a bad flu, so I'll eat food and reassess. I'd hate to go to sleep in the middle of the day and screw it up again, but I'm doing my best. Thanks for the concern, Matt. Hey, come back and see us, Underground Thomas. Looks like they got a helicopter going out there at least.
Engine 11, Fresno 4.
The windy fire is monstrous, and so is the KNP right now. Do I have basic staples in the pantry? I pretty much ran dry this week. But I'm going to order food to be delivered, the grocery thing, next. Thing is, I have to be awake and like open the door and put the perishables in the refrigerator. And being this sick, I have no idea
Here, engine 11.
when I'll be awake.
You can show us on scene.
Copies, engine 11 on scene at 1734.
I finally got the anti-nausea medication delivered. Finally.
Suppression 4, here, engine 11.
Hey, go ahead.
Hey, be calling?
Yeah, did you come in on the 10 road off Glow Rock, or did you come off the 15 to the 13 and then take the left on 10?
Confirm the 5S15.
Copy all. So, is it in the area of the burn scar there?
Yeah, A-firm, but it's on the opposite side of where it was, burn was.
Copy all. Thanks.
Post engine 65 back to quarters.
Fair for copy, so 1735.
Okay. I think I got the order correct. It should be stomach soothing. Easy meals.
Motor vehicle accident, Las Vegas, Center Avenue, cross of Copa de Oro.
Oh, I hate these. Would it?
Engine 70, engine 75, motor vehicle accident, Center Avenue, cross of Copa de Oro. Phone number 6, command at 1737.
All we have is a longitude and latitude. Which it just erased for some stupid reason. Let me put it back in there. 7. Wait, got 2 minus 119 2500. Excuse me. 119. I think we went to the Pacific Ocean or something. There we go. So it's off of the 5S10 road right here. Now, it looks pretty steep terrain, but they have to cut themselves in, so it's just south of Globe Rock right here. It's just southeast of where it says Long Meadow. We could turn on the terrain. Not horribly steep, but seems to be right here. So I'll hop, skip, and a jump. We still have no heat detection though. And I said it was getting up into the trees. It was 1 or 2 acres in size. Polar says looks like it's blowing from the southwest heading northeast. Well, that's the general wind direction of today in the storm. So I think all fires will be trying to head that way right now in California. That's in general. They'll be spreading out in other directions, basically going downhill and uphill with flanking action and backing. But they'll be driven in hard fingers towards the northeast today for the foreseeable future until the north wind comes, which I think is Sunday. As the day goes on, the weather forecast will get a bit more accurate for the others. So it's now 6 p.m. This is the Yosemite cam. I just don't think there's anything showing.
Here, Duty Officer Smith, show me okay. Copies, Duty Officer Smith on scene at 1740.
We really don't have a good look at the KNP. It's really smoked out. But the Windy is monstrously big, with its plume visible for many miles.
Response check back engine 75.
Duty Officer Smith, should I? Should I, sir? Hey, Mark, from my vantage point up here, the air is cleared quite a bit. I can actually see your smoke over there. So if you needed to ship out of Batterson, I think it'd be clear enough from my viewpoint up here. Copy that, Rich. Good word here. We're going to get a quick look at it here and figure out what we got. I copy. Smith, here.
Yeah.
Here. Do you see any need to extend resources, possibly 2000? Hey, Steve, give us a couple minutes here. We're on the back end, looks calm, but they say it's pushing a little on their side. Give us about 10 minutes to get good size up here, and we'll get right back to you. Here's Sheriff copy. Smith, here's 353. Firefighter 11-1's here.
Show me Bayshore IC training. Additionally show Firefighter 11 IC.
Okay, sorry to be with you guys.
Firefighter 11 as IC and Firefighter 11-1 as IC trainee, 1743.
So plane's headed to check it out. That's the Windy. It looks pretty dang explosive. They are placing under evacuation warning areas like around Camp Nelson, and my advice is just pack up and go. Don't wait for the mandatory, just as soon as you can.
11, 33.
I just don't see that they've had enough time to do much to stop it. It would be best to go now before night and all that. Hang on, still trying to get the foods.
Engine 11, engine 53.
Unit calling engine 11 coming in scratchy.
Caper, we're in the intersection of a 5S15 and a 5S13. You going straight down or make the left?
Yeah, you'll turn down the 5S13 and then you'll make another left at the 5S10.
Copy. Also, is there a water center at Patterson?
Yeah, that's affirmative. I believe,
There's one ugly sucker.
Fresno 4 is on scene of the Bay Shore. Copy, Fresno 4 on scene of the Bay Shore, 1747. Correction, 45.
Okay, it's ordered.
Medical aid, Badera Valley, 5970 Chachula Canal Road.
For C training, Sierra, go to the side of
The corrected lat long will be 37 degrees, 28 by 389. Break. By 119.25.098. Break.
What other fire are you talking about, Husky?
Engine 1 medical aid at Wonderful Pistachios for breathing problems. 5970 Chachula Canal Road, cross of Road 13. Respond to Madera Command at 1747.
And additionally, I would like to request a water tender.
It's the same channel.
Your copies, updated line long of 37 degrees, 28.389 by 119 degrees, 25.098. Fire has a moderate rate of spread, approximately 2 acres, not in the creek burn scar, currently burning through timber and understory, and requesting a water tender, correct?
The lat long will be 37 degrees, 28 by 398. 119, 25.098.
Their copies, 1748.
I mean, I'm just looking down at my phone, Desiree. You know, if I look up and click on another cam, it's not really interrupting my order too much. The problem about interrupting my order was trying to figure out my PayPal login. That's all. But thanks for the concern. But just struggling with the stupid Uber app was it. But we're good.
21 Sierra, I'd like you to respond to the Bayshore incident. Have legal and frequencies if you're ready to copy.
Hey, Storm, go ahead.
Center 21 Sierra, incident name Bayshore. The command will be on Sierra Channel 4. Tactical will be on NIFC TAC 2. Air to ground 41. Township 5 South, range 23 East, section 26. Latitude 37 degrees 28.398 by 119 degrees 25.098. Point of contact will be Bayshore IC. Break.
Got meat platter, jasmine rice, vegetable skewers.
Sierra Water Tenor 21 copies all. Additionally, it was a 5S15 to the 13 to the 10, correct?
Tenor 21 Sierra, that's affirmative. Sounded like best access was going to be from the 5S15 to the 13 and then to the 10.
Water Tenor 21 copies all. You can show us responding.
Copies, Water Tenor 21 responding at 1750.
Yeah, this is the restaurant that actually cares about me and doesn't put onions on things, so I'm just going to patronize them again. No more no more experiments with the other ones.
Good evening. We're en route to Angeles.
Don't mess with me. I really hate it when people say, go to sleep, eat something, stop this, do that. Like, I'm not 5 years old, but thanks. This is day 66 of my fire stream. I organized thousands of people to into an organization sort of here to monitor fires and help each other with evacuation info. I believe it or not, I can order my own food. It's just I'm food order challenged. I have the worst bad luck with these apps. But it's okay.
Sure, I see. Sure, I see Sierra.
So the saga with the onion thing is $250 of food arrived, all of it covered in onions that I couldn't eat. So they refunded me my first one.
Bayshore IC, or Bayshore IC Trinity, Sierra on channel 4.5.
Go faux the sure thing. Yeah, the pho jokes. Go pho the sure thing. Everybody said I needed to get pho. And when I placed that order, the restaurant canceled on me in the middle of the night. Just said, we don't want to place your order, so I don't think I'll go to that place again. But the saga was $250.
Back in CRALB, in service local for fuel.
1752.
Yeah, $250 arrives of food covered in onions. Just gigantic lamb shanks, size of a turkey drumstick, a gigantic meat platter. It was 4 separate orders, not just one. So that which should last me several days, you know, of eating healthy food.
So, 353 on thing. Copies engine 353 on scene, 1752.
And I couldn't eat any of it, not a bite, because it was all coated in onions. Only one of the restaurants basically was doing me right and actually cared. So I got a full refund on the first one, and I checked the email, and they said, you make a gosh darn awful lot of refund requests, therefore we're not going to refund you anything else in the foreseeable future. So I gotta call the credit card and get it canceled.
Here with a net message, all suppression, prevention, and detection personnel, extended staffing until 1900. Break.
Yeah, I could have an allergy. I don't know what it is. I don't go into anaphylactic shock, but I can't, eat them.
repeating again on tone 4, all suppression, prevention, and detection personnel, extended staffing until 1900.
Yeah, everybody's pulling a double shift. That's what the radio just said.
Here repeating on tone 6, all prevention, suppression, and detection personnel, extended staffing until 1900.
Yeah, I know, Mike.
On tone 2, all suppression, prevention, and detection personnel, extended staffing until 1900.
Hey, take care, Gail. Come back and see us. So anyway, it's called the Onion Saga. It's more funny than anything, but not funny when I realized they weren't going to refund me. It's just kind of nuts. Yeah, I can read you the emails. My reply is going to be, look, my people are taking care of me. I'm doing an important duty here at the keyboard. I kind of need to man my post. I need nutritious food. I am not going to pay for something I can't eat. I don't know how more clearly the pictures could be of onions all over the food. They basically accused me of being a scam artist or something. So that's what I take exception to. I've had my nutritious food orders canceled randomly by the restaurants and had to order fast food. So McDonald's came the other night and they didn't have half the order. The heck was that? Sorry, something just crash banged outside. And so I said half the food was missing. Here's what didn't arrive in the bag, and it was just a, normal thing. The guy had my beverages and didn't deliver them and forgot, apparently. And then the reply was, we're not going to compensate you for the missing items because you've made too many requests. It was about the onion thing. I'm like, oh wow. So I'm just gonna have to see what I can do about that. Tell them to go soup themselves. Do you mean Vietnamese soup? Like you go, oh yeah, I think that's what you mean. Okay. So no, I don't have an eating disorder.
Sierra OUR 8160 about a service, Mayor on call.
Copies, OUR 8160 out of service, Mayor on call, 1756.
So the brightness on the far right of Buckrock 2 cam, is that sun? I think it's the sun. It's just sunlight underneath the smoke. So the fire is gone off towards the northeast because the southwest winds are pushing most of the fires to the northeast right now. So, which NP is the new fire that was just discovered nearby? I don't know what an NP is. We haven't found it on any cams. We haven't found it on any heat detection yet. It's called the Bayshore. Don't ask me why it's called the Bayshore fire because it has nothing to do with the ocean. Kathryn needs her beverage, man. I do. I need my milkshake, my frappe. I'm really rethinking the whole Uber thing. I'm giving them one more shot. But if they don't redo the refund, I don't know what to say. Otherwise, I'll just switch. There's not a whole lot of options in the area. I'm going to order some good groceries and just do some good cooking. But after I'm not sick anymore, because I have no idea when I'll be conscious. I don't want milk sitting outside and spoiling, you know what I mean? But I'll just say, to heck with you. I'll cook. I can cook tacos. I can cook good chicken tacos. I have special seasonings with cumin and chili lime and chipotle and fresh tomatoes. And if anybody suggests ketchup on the taco, you're banned. It does not belong on a taco. No. Oh, National Park. Okay. Oh, Sierra. It seems to be in Sierra National Park. Was that a bird? I think a bird just flew by. Some place to call a cab to deliver to you. I swear. You know, it seems like I should just make connections with local people that I know who will just deliver to me without the
Mariposa engine 86 is in quarters.
ridiculous middleman fees. Desiree, Kathryn needs her beverage, man. That's a good joke. I read that in the voice of the dude. Ow! That's fascist. He gets hit by the coffee cup. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Oh yeah, I feel dirty even using their product, but I need food delivery. Amazon used to do food delivery. They were great. They change their mind like Google all the time, though. Let's have a new thing. Let's yank it away. Not many places have their own delivery, no. Just bad places like overpriced, grease-filled Chinese and pizza. But if you go to Applebee's or something and order direct from Applebee's, what they do is dispatch a driver from Uber anyway. That's the kind of thing I get when I'm looking at things. I'm looking for alternatives. Big Dog says no onions and no ketchup. What next? Well, I can't have ketchup either because there's onion powder.
Motor vehicle accident. No, Mark, Lander, cross the Kern.
There's onion powder and ketchup. Yeah, the Big Lebowski dude. The dude. Okay. Why? First responders, tell me why.
Engine 95, engine 97, motor vehicle accident. Lander, cross of Turner, respond on the site command at 1801.
Why do they use those tones? I don't understand how we could have any kind of ringtone on our phones, but there's these 1980s telephone dial horrible sounds. Shouldn't it be something like ding ding ding? A cute chime for like medical?
Engine 95, engine 97, you're clear to cancel for MS, engine 95.
Boom 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 for fire.
Engine 95 is available, returning to previous assignment.
There's that vulture again.
Mariposa copies, engine 97.
Engine 97 available in quarters.
1802.
They still have not arrived at that fire. The ground crews haven't. They were dispatched from Fresno. Yep, there's that vulture. Boom. He's ready for his close-up. That is a flat wingspan. I can see how the Caldor idea came about, but I just think that looks way too much like a turkey buzzard. I've been watching the Caldor cams. The chick didn't leave the nest yet. It's just wandering around outside. They nested in a rocky area. Stephanie Storm, not sure where you are. I have friends in North Bend and Corvallis who might be able to help. Let me know. Oh, thanks.
Medical aid, Madera City, 975 Emily Way.
The vultures on fire patrol. Hey, there you go. Oh, thanks, Stephanie. Jack says a notable noise, so they know the radio is still working. Also, yeah, but can't it be, well, better? I'm gonna try DoorDash. This is about it, you know. I've had it up to here.
Mariposa.
But I have a coupon. I just used the last of it for the restaurant reward, and I'm gonna try next.
Avenue 12, Road 25.
See if it's on. We still have no heat detection. That's a good sign, maybe. That beach cream may have nothing to do with it. Oh, the tankers are in the air. I don't know where they're going. Maybe they're going to the KMP or Windy. They seem to be headed that way.
Continue into 975 Emily Way.
Yeah, it looks like they're working in Windy.
At 1805, switch your traffic to City Command.
Doesn't that kind of look like a volcanic crater? Castle Rock. Maybe it is. We got VLATs coming, Tinker 910. 914. Wait a second. Two different versions of Tinker 914 are in the house. Which one is real? Will the real Tinker 914 please stand up? One of them is miniaturized. We have a fiendish imposter. This plane is pretending to be Tinker 914. Oh yeah, I know Uber does bad things. I've seen the CEOs ranting at the driver who was like, tried to politely tell him that this isn't a living wage. Screamed at the dude, little narcissist brat. Millionaire failing to tip properly his own driver, his own service. Won't have a polite conversation with him. Oh, okay, no more. Okay, I can't do that. Sorry, not sick. They still tilt the horizon in this app. I was hoping we could see a bit of the terrain features, but if the plane's gonna bob like that, I don't think I can do that today. Yeah, it's Tanker gone rogue. It's a shadow tanker. Parasitic miniature tanker. Following its every move. Alright, let's see the other craft. I wish we could hear them. Working the Windy down here. Looks like tons of helicopters are down there by Johnsondale. In Longmeadow campground. There's a Sikorsky 6 S-6. That's an ugly sucker. That is pure Soviet ugly right there. That is mighty ugly. But we love them. That's part of the meme here. You make fun of ugly aircraft. At least it's not a K-Max. And these photos are of the actual craft. They're not like stock photos. I found out that you have to be like a super well-known photographer. Flight Radar pays you to photograph the planes, but it has to be of a super specific.
61 in hazmat, 61 in quarters.
There's Tinker 16.
Mariposa copies at 1808.
It just did a drop by Ponderosa, looks like. Cool. Hopefully they save Ponderosa. We've got all kinds of heat detections there right now. It's kind of scary. I don't see a heat detection at the new fire yet. Hopefully it's not that big. Husky says the hills are really making a difference. And not making a difference in the windy. They're not trying to. They're trying to save structures. Oh, there's a community meeting starting. Okay. Thanks. Sorry about that, guys. I'm all watching the planes.
Johnsondale, which is under mandatory evacuation. We have checkpoints in the following locations, roadblocks. Mountain 107 at Aspen Road in Ponderosa. Mountain 99 at Sherman Pass Road. Please follow the information and stay up to date and abreast of what's happening as these conditions are changing rapidly. Please be safe, and thank you again to all the cooperators here. We're glad to be working with you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Next up, we'll have from Bureau of Indian Affairs, Chief Nate Gonya.
Hello, I'm here from the Pacific Region, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Here to represent the Bureau of Indian Affairs. My role here is the agency administrator. When this fire started, it started on the Thule Indian Reservation, which is our jurisdiction and protection. Therefore, it starts out that we supply the financial side and the ordering side on this incident. Right from the start, we got into partnership with the Sequoia National Forest, and we'll continue that throughout. Together with the Sequoia National Forest, we worked together to monitor the complexity of this incident, and then we moved into a delegation with California Incident Management Team 11 and gave them the jurisdiction over this incident to suppress this and work the best they can to put this fire out. With that said, all is going well with that. We will continue our efforts with them. Where we come into the role we represent the Thule Indian Reservation here, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, we have from the Forest Service, Sequoia National Forest Supervisor, Teresa Benson. All right, hello everyone. Thank you so much for taking some time to join us this evening so that we can work to get information out to you.
Oh, well, it's a troubled broadcast for sure. Ironically, let's try to get information out to you and it freezes. The Facebook live stream freezes.
This evening so that we can work to get information out to you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do much to stop it if it gets established in the SQF. The helicopters save individual structures, though. Sometimes they save like dozens per day. That is the only hope that these communities like Ponderosa and Camp Nelson has.
About the Windy Fire, so we appreciate that you being paid on fairgrounds where we have the incident command post set up. And as it was mentioned, all of those fires out, and then we helped the park, and we jumped in with the Thule River Indian Reservation to help with the Windy Fire. Continued fighting that aggressively that day of September the 10th. We called for a Type 2 team on September 10th under the guidance of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They assisted with that request, and we got a team here on September 11th. They took over the fire the next day. So we're very grateful to have IC Chris Vogel here with his Team 11. They're a Type 2 team, incident management team that we're very fortunate to have here. And they're working really hard to secure resources and get us what we need for this fire. They've been working for solid for the last week, aggressively working to suppress the windy fire. That's all of our goal. We're in unified command with Tulare County Fire Department. We've had great representation here from the Tulare County Sheriff's Office, Caltrans, and a lot of other, sorry about that, and a lot of other partners that have been helping us with building our camp here and getting the resources we need. We have over 600 people that are currently assigned to the fire. I know that there's a lot of concerns about the sequoia groves. We monitor and look at what's occurring to the groves every day, and we're going to be able to take a look at what the fire has done in terms of fire effects to those groves as soon as we can. We're getting information in from the field, and it's a very high priority for us to be able to help wherever we can to moderate the fire and the effects on the sequoia groves. We're also looking at past areas where there's been treatments, where we've been able to do prescribed burning and thinning and fuels reduction, and we're hopeful that that will make a difference on the ground with this fire as well. I think lastly, I just want to reiterate that we have a lot of challenges with this fire, but our number one priority is to keep our firefighters and our first responders safe, and that's what I tell the team every day is our critical need. And so that's what we're going to continue doing as we do everything we can to put this fire out. And then lastly, check the Sequoia National Forest website, please, and see what our current forest closures are. They're all posted on there. There's a series of closures across the forest that will tell you what's open and what's not based upon the fire activity. And with that, I just want to thank you again for participating in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Supervisor Benson. Last up for this portion, we're going to have Management Team 11 Incident Commander Chris Vogel come up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Vogel. I'm the IC of California Interagency Incident Management Team 11. So I wanted to start out by giving you a large overall picture of what's going on in the state of California. The state of the fuels are extremely poor. We are experiencing a 22-year drought in the state of California, and that stresses out all of the fuels of different sizes, from grass and pine needles all the way up to the large diameter conifer trees and sequoia trees. All classes of available fuels are extremely dry and stressed. What that causes is their ability to catch fire and burn very easily and very rapidly. To date, there's been 2.28 million acres burned in the state of California, and this has caused the area to be in a preparedness level 5, which is the highest preparedness level that we have for the fire service. This phenomenon is also occurring in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Colorado, and several other western states. The western United States has been very dry for the last several years. On top of the heightened preparedness level within this state, nationally we're also at a preparedness level 5, which again is the highest preparedness level we can get in. So what that means is all available responders have been activated across the entire country to come assist and aid with these fire events. With so many fires burning at the same time, what that produces is a resource deficit. All the incidents are looking for the same type of resources: hand crews, engines, aircraft, helicopters and fixed-wing retardant-dropping aircraft, water tenders, bulldozers. All of those equipment types are needed on every fire for all of the same reasons, to help secure and put out and contain these large fire events. With all of the fires burning at the same time, it creates that resource drawdown. So a lot of fires, not just the Windy Fire or the KMP fire, most fires this year have taken a longer than normal amount of time to build up the resources that they need to be successful. One of our most effective resources is aircraft. And it's also one of the most dangerous pieces of fire apparatus that we have as well. There are many opportunities and conditions that can cause our air tankers that drop retardant and our helicopters to have trouble in the air. So with that being said, most of those resources, if they have trouble while they're flying, have severe outcomes if the conditions are not correct. Some of those limiting factors are wind speed, some of them is terrain, and most importantly for the windy fire that has been affecting us is visibility. As you all have seen, the windy fire has put up several big columns of smoke, and that obscures the safety perimeter that aircraft need, not only to make sure that they're not flying into terrain features, but so they're not flying into each other and crashing as well. So it is imperative to have good clean air, good visibility to be utilizing the aircraft. And so on the windy fire, we had several days where that smoke column collapsed and created a smoke inversion, which then precluded us from being able to fly aircraft as much as we would have liked to help out with the suppression efforts. So I want to end up by talking about suppression strategies. This has been a full suppression incident, as you heard from both Nate Gonia and Teresa Benson, from the time that this team took over and from the time that the fire started. Again, multiple lightning strikes across the Sequoia and the Tule River tribal lands, and they were able to put out several of them. This one was in very remote, steep, and rugged terrain. Where the windy fire is currently burning has areas that have not seen fire in 150 or plus years. What that creates is a very heavy fuel loading and very high what we call resistance to control. That means it's very hard to get people out there cutting and removing the fuels adjacent to the fire to hold it and put it out. So with the limited resources, with the remote, steep, rugged terrain, with the high fuel loading and thick fuels on this incident to date, along with the limited amount of resources that we started with, the best strategy as far as attack of this incident has been to utilize ridges and roads that were not directly adjacent to the fire. On normal years, past years, there's enough resources to be able to do direct tactics, going right along the edge of the fire, extinguishing it, at the same time that we have contingency efforts going on parallel with the fire, out of ways a little bit. This year with the resource deficiency, we don't have enough resources to do both. So we have to make the best use of the time that we have with the amount of resources that are available to us to pick the most advantageous places to hold and attack the fire. That is the strategy and methodology that we have chosen for the windy fire, and what that does is create the highest percent of success to keep this fire from the high value areas, which are your homes, your communities, the sequoia groves, and other cultural and natural assets in this area. So with that being said, I would like to say that we have had wonderful cooperation with all the agencies involved here, and rapid response from the Tulare County Sheriff's Department when we hit triggers to get the public out of the way of the danger of the fire. They responded very quickly. They've had deputies posted up here at the incident command post on ready reserve, and they have done a fantastic job getting into the areas and clearing those out so the firefighters have the ability to work and operate safely. Thank you for your time, and again, there is a phone number posted that if you have questions even past this community meeting, you're welcome to call.
Thank you, Incident Commander Fogel. That phone number, the information number that he was mentioning, is area code 559-214-1260. That phone line is answered from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We also have that posted in previous posts on Facebook and Twitter and NCWeb. We'll repeat that again for you guys before we end this. Right now, we're going to go ahead and start answering some of the questions that have been asked. Some questions were sent in prior to this starting, so I'm going to start with those, and then we'll go ahead and look through the feed and see if we can address the questions that have been asked since this has started. One of the questions sent in was, in regards to Ponderosa, is the neighborhood relatively protected from the 2020 SQF fire complex? So we will have that answered. In regards to Ponderosa, is the neighborhood relatively protected from 2020 SQF fire complex?
So as far as the community of Ponderosa goes, Ponderosa is over here. A large part of the SQF complex burned up and around this area here, just below Ponderosa on this side to the west, came up to Ponderosa from the north, and burned around the south and east, or the east side coming just under the south of Ponderosa. We've had our operations folks looking at that area, both from the ground and from the air, and they said it looks very defendable because of that recent fire scar from last year.
Next, we have another question that was sent in previously. Has there been any prevention techniques like controlled burns or fuel reduction used in the past along the main route 21S94 that cuts through Highway 190 and Western Divide?
All right, this is Teresa Benson. I'll talk a little bit about that. So, as you know, this is the Tule River Indian Reservation. This is Highway 190. It comes down to Western Divide Highways right here. And so this is the Joint Sequoia National Monument area of the Sequoia National Forest. It's about a third of our forest acreage that's within the monument. And we have done a certain amount of work within the monument in terms of fuels reduction. For example, last year after the SQF complex, we were able to take advantage of the unfortunate lack of winter that we had. We were able to get up and do quite a bit of burning around the Trail of 100 Giants, very extensive amount of fuel that we were able to burn in that area that had been, as many of you know who live there, had been there for quite a while. And so we got a lot of that area burned and cleaned up around the Sequoia Grove, which is really good in terms of the fact that the fire is entering into that area right now. Also, the Tule River Indian Reservation has worked really hard to do a lot of fuels reduction projects that are looking like they're going to be very beneficial as the fire goes into those areas, and so we're grateful for that. And there have been some other smaller scale type projects that have occurred to do some thinning within the monument, thinning from below smaller diameter trees, doing some mastication work, chipping work, and piling and burning. We do want to be able to continue that. We've got a lot of proposals that we're working on, a lot of environmental assessments that are in the works to do even more work, including where the Castle Fire burned and in our Sequoia Groves on the forest. So hopefully that helped. Thank you. Next, you're going to be hearing a voice of one of our public information officers, Steve Rasmussen. He's going to be reading off some of the questions that have been posted to the live feed. So we'll go ahead and get started with some of the questions from the live feed.
One question that's reoccurring is, what is the status of Johnsondale, and how close is the fire to impacting Johnsondale and Camp Whitten?
Good evening, Seth Mitchell, Operations. So the fire is still 2 to 3 miles away from Johnsondale and Camp Whitten. The progress of the fire, the southerly, easterly spread, has been slowed down due to a recent fire scar that is in there. Fire crews are still looking at opportunities to go direct, so the fire is being moderated by the road systems and the fire scar. So as we evaluate this area, we're anticipating a successful operation. However, with winds that may present itself, we decided to keep Johnsondale under a mandatory evacuation order until we're able to successfully secure that edge and protect the community.
Another question being asked, how close is the fire to Ponderosa, Camp Nelson, and Pierpoint?
Fire remains to be still several miles away from Camp Nelson. It is several miles away from Ponderosa. The castle fire from the SQF complex provides a good barrier to fire spread going into these communities. However, due to the unknown potential of the fire coming around, we decided to put Camp Nelson under evacuation warning in the event that we do need to evacuate people, that we'll have time to get in there safely for firefighter safety and public safety. Ponderosa, like I said, is still looking good due to the SQF complex and the castle fire. Fire would have to come down in this area and come back up to put Ponderosa into a critical effect where we'd have to evacuate people. So currently the communities are looking good.
Thank you, Seth.
Oh, is anybody working on the fire? We have another question that has come in regarding, is there anybody working on the fire on the reservation? And the status of the reservation.
I'll be able to address a little bit of it, and then we could bring Nate Gonia up to speak a little bit for the reservation. But collectively, between all our partners here on the incident, we're working collaboratively on the reservation to hold this westerly flank of the fire. We're holding it on the South Fork Tule. So we've got multiple agencies and multiple resources working this area. So yes, resources are in the Tule Reservation, trying to protect this from this westerly flow into the foothill communities. And I'll let Nate Gonia speak to anything else.
I'll add to that and just say, currently we fund, there's 2 engines that are permanently at the Tule River Indian Reservation for wildland purposes. There's also a structure engine there. One engine is on standby right now for any new starts. The other 2 are engaged on the incident, helping out. We have other resources from the Bureau of Indian Affairs that are on their way. One of our Type 1 hotshot crews is on the way in. They'll be in here tonight. The leader of that crew is a member of the Tule Indian Reservation. He'll be here. He brings intimate knowledge of the area, which will aid the incident management team. As Seth said, there's plenty of resources working on the edge. A lot of people are wondering, hey, what's going on with that? There's not an aggressive attack in certain areas. It's because of the fire effects doesn't allow us to get in there, and that fire is working its way down the hill. But there's a nice contingent of group that's working in that, and we're feeling very comfortable with the way it's sitting right now.
We had a question asking if this is a current fire map. This is from today, September 17th. We had it printed up for this meeting, so this is today's fire map. Go ahead if you have any last minute questions. We're looking right now just to see if there's anything else we can address. If not, we'll get back to you if you put a message in the chat, or you can contact us again at that phone line that we mentioned previously, 559-214-1260 from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We also post information to NCWeb. All you do is type in Windy Fire, and that will populate the information from this incident, and that is updated frequently. Additionally, you can check back here on Facebook for the Sequoia National Forest page. Twitter, also we're there with Sequoia Forest. And we have an email for this incident. It is 2021-2021.windy@firenet.gov. That information will be posted below in the comments. We'll give this another minute and we'll be wrapping this up.
A question that just came in is how many firefighters are working on the Windy Fire?
So as of this morning, we had 614 people assigned here, firefighters assigned to this incident. Throughout the day, we've gotten a few more resources in. We are the #2 priority fire in Southern California area. The K&P complex is #1. And to clear up the question about the map, these maps get updated towards the end of every day as we get infrared flights to confirm the accuracy of them. and as our field operations folks come in at the end of the day to be able to show us exactly the ridges, drainages, and everything that's there. So daily these get updated at the end of the day, reproduced for the next day. There was fire growth today, so if you're looking at the map and seeing that the fire is a little bit bigger than what is shown, that is correct, because these fires are printed in the morning, so the folks going out to the fire line have that tool available with them.
Are there any natural barriers that crews are using to help contain the fire from reaching the communities?
So today I took a fly across the incident. There are several natural barriers along Slate Mountain. However, due to the growth and expansion of the fire, there isn't one particular natural feature out there that would be able to provide 100% adequate protection for any community. So we are utilizing natural barriers where they make sense to be able to work the fire direct or whether it's indirect, but there isn't one continuous feature out there that we can utilize at this point.
We're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to post this to the social media. We know there was some issues with the sound, so we're going to see if that's a problem. We are going to try to upload a separate video we might have better sound quality on. Again, look for information on INCIWeb with Windy Fire, our phone number 559-214-1260, Facebook, Twitter, and our email. We want to thank everyone for being here, so thank you to all the agencies who have been helping with this fire, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
She's so pretty, and that's pretty cool. People say firefighters are hot. Yes, they are. So I don't know why I get these, why it didn't just take me to the community page. Facebook is weird. It's kind of stuttery. If only I had clicked that, I guess I would have seen comments. I was looking all around for like where do we get comments. We missed the very beginning. I just want to go and look at the very beginning. We know that there's tankers headed in there. Let's see if we have a heat detection for the new fire over there by they gave it a name. It's now called the Bayshore Fire. We still don't have one. I'm going to take that as a good sign, I guess. Over by Globe Rock. We have plenty of heat on the Windy and the K&P. I really don't share the optimism about the fire looking good or whatever they were saying. They're talking about individual communities like Ponderosa looking good. We do see individual helicopters try to save it, and we see them looking at it. They may have been protecting it with prescribed burns. They're saying the burn scar from last year's fire kind of helped it. Will help it this time. Cool. I guess we could take their word at it. But talking about Camp Nelson and such, I don't know that I share the optimism that those areas that just about bit the dust last year are going to be quite as lucky when you see they have these meetings and they're not really seeing what we're seeing. You know, we see these giant pyrocumulus clouds growing. Maybe they're factoring in the fact that a north wind might blow it away from Camp Nelson on Sunday. That's about one of the best hopes they have. But it's basically individual structure protection. As far as stopping the fire goes, I think the best hope they have now is just an early arrival of winter. You know, if they get really, really favorable weather, maybe it could reach old burn scar lines or fresh dozer lines they have, but that would be if they get really, really favorable weather, and that's not going to come till at least Tuesday or Wednesday. So what can the fire do on its own, rampaging around before then? Hopefully, I think their good strategy, and is just go protect the best special places rather than try to go direct. And he kind of explained you can't really go direct when it's moving around. When it's in high winds, they just kind of have to wait for it to not be rampaging around in high winds. They can attack the sides and work on their lines for now, but you can't get in front of something like this, not in the KMP and not in the windy. So Helen says they see SQF as significant protection surface fuels like needles and twigs. Yep, exactly. Easier to control than ground. Shrub, small tree layer, and canopy layer, which is gone. Yeah, but the those fuels are heavy and they're completely dried out now. Further north on SQF, it just looks primed and ready to be kind of an inferno, honestly, with dead tree branches everywhere from the images we've been seeing. So, but with the idea is excuse me, my food's here. The idea is, yay, there's fewer pine needles and bushes on the ground, but I mean they've had a year to grow back. There's some on the ground. However, the big problem now is the embers landing in the trees. So I'm going to turn the radio back on and be right back. I'm just going to go get the foods. Okay, or somebody knocked on my door randomly and is gone. Never mind. Okay, I got faked out. Darn kids. Okay. That is a loud hum, but it's kind of got to be loud, otherwise we can't hear anything else. So, looking back up to the chat, did anybody have a question about that meeting? It's good that they have fresh dozer lines and such with the SQF, but the amount of embers that can land in the totally dead forest that's just to the north and to the northeast is kind of bad for the windy, and they weren't looking further ahead, like they weren't really addressing next week weather, the north wind. We know there's a battle to save some of these communities right now. Looks like they got good tanker drops by Ponderosa, which is excellent. That is where a DC-10 has just dropped. That's pretty awesome. Got helicopters. But they basically explained to the public why did this get big, and that's because they didn't have enough people, enough manpower when the fires were small. The fires were actually very, very polite, just kind of sitting there and not really doing too much with very much wind. Nature was pretty polite after the lightning strike. Not too many wind gusts, but they called upon resources and they weren't available. And that's why they're big now and way harder to fight, and they'll probably just be extinguished by winter, or contained by the arrival of winter. I don't mean by a certain date. I mean by the time winter weather arrives. The only plus we have here is at least these fires started late. If they'd started in July, we'd have something nuclear, you know. Yeah, Sea Probe is reading the news. Red flag warning in effect from 5 p.m. tomorrow, replacing the watch. Yep, that's what we predicted. I said if that doesn't go to red flag warning, I'll be a monkey's uncle. And get out salt and pepper and eat my hat. So, wind northwest winds 25 to 35 miles per hour, gusts up to 45 miles per hour possible. But for which day, Sea Probe? Humidity will range from upper single digits to upper teens with poor overnight recoveries. Is that just over the general area? Or, let's see, National Weather Service, Hanford, California. 4 zones, blah blah blah. Yeah, thanks for the link. For North Kings, River Sequoia Kings, Lake Isabella, Tehachapi area. Sorry, I can't say that. So, yeah, the Windy Fire region. Red flag. 5 p.m. Saturday to 8 p.m. Sunday. Extremely dry fuels, increased winds, and low relative humidity, along with ongoing wildfires, will continue to create conditions with rapid wildfire spread is very likely. Where rapid fire spread is very likely. Sorry, I'm really low blood sugar and sick. It is likely on current maybe this sentence just doesn't make sense anyway. Extremely dry fuels, increased winds, and low relative humidity, along with ongoing wildfires, will continue to create conditions in which rapid wildfire spread is likely on current wildfires or on any new fire starts. Okay, I finally got it right. Affected areas: Sierra Nevadas from San Joaquin River southwards to Tehachapi. I guess maybe that's how you say it. Single digits and poor overnight recoveries. Impacts: the combination of parched fuels, gusty winds, and low humidities increase chances of rapid fire spread and dangerous fire behavior. Outdoor burning is not recommended. Gee, you think? I'm pretty sure they should use a lot more strong language, such as forbidden. If somebody were to light an open flame, he should be dragged out into the street and humiliated. In those kind of conditions, you know, locked up in the stocks with cabbages thrown at them. I mean, that's serious danger to the public.
Residential structure fire at water 2440 Falling Oak Avenue.
Tehachapi? Okay, thanks for the pronunciation. Sorry, I keep butchering these local names here. But at least we got aircraft on it today. At least we do. That'll be the best thing that they could do to save structures and communities. They can just sort of give them a velvet rope for the fires. A velvet rope barrier is like when you go to the club and there's a velvet rope. It requires the cooperation of the fire to not go past it, but it's a nice guide. So the fire may go around it. That's the way I'd analogy that. Okay, I'm tired of that sound. It's like somebody playing with a telephone. Yeah, Husky says...
Battalion 19, Engine 41, Engine 61, Engine 63, Water Tender 81, residential structure fire. Reported to be a washing machine on fire inside the house at 2440 Falling Oak Avenue, cross of Split Oak Drive. Respond number side command at 1846.
Wonder where that is. All water. Yikes. That's bad. West of Merced, I guess. There's that structure fire from a washing machine on fire. Yikes. So exactly, Husky, the meaning is irrelevant. They say the Windy Fire is at 6,564 acres, but it's at 12,370 and growing faster every second goes by, pretty much. That's why I shake my head at the community meetings being at this time of day. That's just something they need to change. Having a meeting at the time of day when the fires are pretty much reaching their peak of activity, all that guarantees is that the people, and I was discussing this with fire captains, all that guarantees is the people just lose confidence in whatever the heck's being said, and it's not their fault. This is tradition, but it's wrong. The fire day ends at 11. That's when the fires stop doing something. That's usually when they start calming down for the night. If you have 5, 6, 7, 7:30 meetings, you get up on the podium and start telling the public something, and we're watching the cams live these days and seeing that what they're saying is BS. Not because they're lying, but because nobody's tapping on the shoulder giving them point-by-point updates. By the time one speaker is done, the other should... it would go like this. One guy would say something and say, this is where the fire currently is, and they'd stop talking. And then the next speaker would come up and say, this is what our plan is. And the person who had just said, this is where the fire is, would have to correct himself and say, hey, actually, it's over here. Then the next speaker would come up and present something if this was going to be accurate. And then they would have to say, wait a second, nope, actually the fire just has spread over here. They'd have to give minute-by-minute updates on where it is. And that would just be concerning. And so what they do is they just tell old information. Usually information that's hours old by the time they prepare the meeting. And that doesn't work in the age of the internet where we're looking at live cams. It never worked really. I mean, at least in the past, the radio was going 24 hours a day with fire updates. And it seems like a downgrade in communication with the public. They'll tell the public such a thing as on fire watch or this is that. They'll eat their dinner, they'll go to bed early in these mountain communities. And that's why we're having people woken up in the middle of the night. Instead of preparing to evacuate and given a good idea that they may need to do that tonight, which they should say just to be safe. These people get a false sense of security, they go to bed, and they're woken up by a knock at the door. Like, what do you mean I needed to prepare to evacuate? That's what we're seeing time and time again. I just don't think they should have any community meetings until 11. But be right back, guys. I have to figure out my food.
Door Trinity, Sierra, confirming we're good to do evening status here at 17. Good.
Yeah, it's affirmative.
Copies, Vacation 15.
Sierra, water channel 21.
The trail is here.
Water channel 21 is on scene at the Bayshore incident.
Copies on scene of the Bayshore, 1850. aircraft in the air. Be advised of alert time. Units here with evening staffing. Engine 3.
Sierra, engine 3 out of service.
351.
51 out of service.
Helicopter 3 Hotel X-ray.
3 Hotel, 3 out of service.
Engine 32.
Sierra, engine 32 out of service.
Center 23. Sierra, letter center 23 out of service. Full 33. Patrol 33 out of service. Suspension 34. 34 out of service. Engine 341.
Sierra, engine 341 out of service.
39.
Fresh 39 out of service. Route to Clovis, available by phone.
Battalion 48.
Battalion 48 out of service.
Division 4. Division 4, evening status.
Sierra, Division 4, you can show me out of service on call High Sierra.
Copies on call for the High Sierra.
Shut eye out of service.
Signal.
Signal out of service.
This concludes evening staffing. Time check 1857, KME 26. Bayshore IC trainees here.
Sierra, AFPO 331.
Yeah, 331 Sierra.
Returning to Mountain Rest.
Copies, returning Mountain Rest 1858. RIC trainees here on channel 425.
Opposed to water tender 81 in quarters.
Water tender 81, 1902. Medical aid, Atwater City, 12 Castle Del Mar. And 42 medical aid, unknown nature, 12 Castle Del Mar. Cross the Cal, respond, Merced Command 1903.
Bayshore IC or Bayshore IC Trinity Sierra.
Bayshore IC, go ahead.
Bayshore IC Sierra, the tanker basin cornering on the plan for Fresno 4, seeing if there's going to be a need to feed them or if they'll be staying up on the hill.
Sierra, they will be staying on the hill.
Their copies. Additionally, will there be a need for night shift, or what are your plans?
I am hoping to get everyone off the fire by 11, but I will keep you informed when I have a better plan.
Their copies. Current plan to keep resources committed at least until 11. We'll advise us further. 1910.
Bayshore IC King 2. Go ahead, King 2. Can you send a couple firefighters up towards the engine? You got a spot fire up here?
Engine 41, you can log us off. We'll be in service local.
Okay, for Firefighter 11, Bayshore IC Trinity.
Mariposa, Engine 41, you can log us off. We'll be in service local.
Copy, Engine 41, 1913.
63 and quarters.
Landon 61 and quarter.
Copy, 1960.
November 63, same traffic.
Copy, 1960.
Well, I just realized I was talking to myself. I hit the master mute button and I was across the room saying, "Hey guys, this is the thing. I need to go for a few minutes. I'm sick as a dog." And then I was like, "Oh, my food arrived." And I was happily reporting, "Oh gosh."
Medical aid Coulterville 38981 Highway 132.
It arrived and there's no onions. I can eat this. Yay. So if anybody doesn't know what that's about, I have an onion allergy thing. Okay.
Agent 4281, Medic 26, Company 26. Priority to medical aid for an overdose. 6 comments for the gate code 3898 Highway 132, cross of Granite Springs Road. Respond on local 21918. Medic 26, Company responding at 1918 on MAS 1776 for an unconscious break. Careful, now advising staging for possible violent patient. 726. 1990. We're still trying to get further. It's an overdose with a conscious patient, possibly violent upon arrival of first responders. We'll go ahead and have a seat. Patient, copy, seizure.
I wonder if I can talk yet. Nope.
For units to respond to the medical aid on Highway 132, staging is now required. Stand by for checkback.
Poor first responders. Violent. They're trying to respond to an overdose. And they're like, never mind, you have to stage, which means wait outside. Because there's somebody violent. Somebody threatening violence. Wow, look at this cam. Sorry guys, I was talking to myself. I thought the master mute button was off, so I hit it on the headset and I was trying to walk around the room and explain, yay, the food that your kind donations provided to me has arrived and I can actually eat it. It does not have any onions on it. And I want to thank everybody that has donated through PayPal or other means or the super chat. Because this is day 66 of me being here and not working. I just wake up, man the station, cover fires all day, and go to sleep. And I didn't realize this would... I mean, I kind of knew it might be going on for some time, but 66 days... That's kind of nuts. I thank God, at least for some of the fires, they're looking to be nearly over. 100% containment on the McFarland today. It's wonderful.
1921. Staging at 1921. Medical aid, Atwater, 1945 Beltram. Engine 61, medical aid unknown nature, 1945 Delta, cross I 59 north. Respond, Reservation command 1822.
Now, that's a nice sunset. Have we heard more about the fire since I was away out of the room? Do we have a heat signature yet on the looks like we don't. At the one here by the Globe Rock. It's in Sierra Nevada, Sierra National Forest. But if I had to guess, it would be traveling towards the northeast, just like all the other fires because of the southwest winds. Still got quite an active plume on the windy. There's a meteorologist on.
26, go ahead and switch your traffic to local 2, acknowledge need for staging.
There was a meteorologist I retweeted who said, make no mistake, the KNP is blowing up. It's just underneath the smoke of the windy. And yeah, when we saw the red smoke coming towards the lookout, I echo the sentiment. The meteorologist was detecting a pyrocumulus. In front of. Okay, but the meteorologist was detecting.
One is approximately 500 yards from the main fire. It's got a moderate rate of spread. It's approximately an acre in size already. We will be keeping one engine out here overnight. I'll get back to you in the next couple hours about what engine that'll be.
Copy. Had 2 additional spot fires. One was approximately 500 yards from the main fire. Spot is currently about an acre in size. We'll be leaving a engine on scene overnight. We'll advise further with what engine 1924.
Excuse me, sorry. Hiccup. So, I guess that is the latest on that new fire by Globe Rock. I was just going to ask you guys, have you heard anything more while I was away across the room? Guess not. Okay. So what I was trying to say is the meteorologist that I retweeted said, make no mistake, there's a pyrocumulus, visible from his satellite data underneath the smoke of the windy, but it was from the KNP. So it was, KNP is quite serious. Let's look at sunsets here. Wow. I expect there will be active, vigorous burning throughout the night on the windy. Now, it's looking better for Ponderosa that they had a bunch of splashes of retardant around it. But I don't share the rosy outlook that they kind of seem to be implying for the fire in general. It's just bad weather. I hope. And it's better than it looks, but just looking at the drone video and home video and pictures of the burn scar of the SQF from last year, I think the fire can get quite large. The only positive here is it's already close to winter when, at winter it rampaged out of control. The SQF just, all they could do is protect what structures they could, and they still lost entire neighborhoods. to the east and west of Camp Nelson, and they lost part of Camp Nelson. So all that stuff's under evacuation warning right now. So I'm thinking people should just not wait till it goes mandatory. That could come in the middle of the night with the amount of wind from this storm, just kind of going throughout the night. I think it'll get closer and closer, and it's just more comfortable to leave before going to sleep. And I just never recommend going to sleep downwind of a mega fire if you're in a evacuation watch area, when there just is not enough personnel to do too much door to door and that sort of thing. Just what the officials want you to know is evacuating before you're told is the safest option and the best, the least stressful option. I wouldn't be there. Oh, hey, A says, Chris, thank you for your kind donation. Here's hoping that you'll cover a small portion of your meal. Thank you so much. Your mods are doing a wonderful job. Thank you for just being fantastic. Oh, thank you for being fantastic. Good. Thank you, mods here, for helping me out with things. I'm sick as a dog. I'm kind of swaying right now on the chair. But I think we have another community. I think we have another community meeting to look at or two. You guys help me out. Which ones happen at 7:30? I think it's Dixie. Oh. Let's go. Well, I have 1 hour ago, they put a non-video update on here about the Dixie, but I was hoping for a video one. The West Zone had one 6 hours ago. I can't see how that would be relevant about what happened today. You know, we saw some flare-ups by Old Station. I want to know what happened, though. That one would be Cal Fire Lassen Modoc. But that was 6 hours ago. Maybe there was one at Shasta, Trinity. Did you know firing? Do you know what a firing operation is and why it's used? And here's a cute little video about that. Oh, 2 hours ago, there's a river complex meeting. Oh, with Dennis. Yay, let's watch this.
Good afternoon, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2, with your evening update of the River Complex fire for September 17th. So, coming on up, we'll start up here at the Cronin like we normally do. Everything's looking good there, everything's holding in place. Sawyer's Bar Road is back open. That's a good thing. So not a lot to report there. Jumping down into Cecilville here, the line's looking really good. Actually, it's not indicated on the map, but we did extend Black Line up to the creek here. Just letting you know what's going on there. With the winds, everything's in a patrol status. We're not leaving this alone, not forgetting it. They are backhauling some equipment out of this area, but there's plenty of resources in there to deal with anything if it does pop up. Pretty much the same story in Division Lima. It's just holding what we have right now. You might be able to hear it in the background, but the winds have begun to surface. But nothing's really coming out of here. Everything's looking good. All the way up through Sugar Hill, we're looking good. Across the top, crews are in place. They're heavily engaged in mopping everything up in there to make sure it stays where it does. Coming down the bottom, below Craggy Peak, we are seeing some very active fire behavior in here. It is responding to the wind, and it is pretty dry. You can probably hear my voice is a little froggy. But it's right now it's holding in place. We were using aircraft to keep it in check, but it's gotten kind of smoked out. So we've shifted the aircraft to other parts of the fire. The hope is that it just comes down relatively gently, and where we do have line and hose, the crews can pick this up. Jumping down to our big spot fires that are below section 23 here. We've been working this real heavy with aircraft. It has responded to this area. The fire cleared out relatively early. The fire responded because of the sun on the fuels, and then the winds came in. Aircraft are keeping up with it. I believe we have 2 Type 1s working it right now. The fuels do get more sparse out here, so we're not expecting any big runs from the spot fire. If anything, they'll probably tend to go in this direction. You can see these creeks in here. It would follow these drainages. Moving down into the rest of November, we've been working aircraft in this area all day long, both helicopters and fixed wing dropping retardant. And we're also using ground-based retardant with some water tenders that are specifically designed to do that. So where the water tenders can't make it in, we're using aerial applied retardant. One, to buffer this line and strengthen it. Also some of the areas in and around Eagle Creek. So those aircraft have been working in there all day long. The fire is very active in here. It continues to back down to this line. Right now it remains in a flanking and backing alignment. The hope is that nothing gets beyond the capability of our aircraft before it gets dark. If we make it to dark, we're probably okay with this thing not going fuels dominated. If we start seeing a tremendous amount of spotting and the aircraft can't keep up, then all bets are off. Coming down into Coffee Creek, everything's looking real good in through this area. No issues, but crews are in there. They continue to mop up with the wind. Pockets of heat that weren't previously visible do show themselves. So they're there and they're taking care of that. Same thing goes along with the rest of Quebec. I heard a little bit ago that there was a spot fire outside of one of the hand lines, which I believe is in this area, but it was relatively close to the line, about an acre in size. Aircraft got on it and crews were able to ring it, so we're doing real well there. We do have active fire in here. This has not completely gone off because it's fighting the wind coming out of the southwest. If this does go off, it is hemmed in by rock peaks and really has nowhere to go. The hope would be actually that this goes off while we do have the southwest wind, so it has nowhere to go. Coming across the bottom, we weren't able to get in and get a good look at this, but it seems everything's staying in place. We do have some activity down in this area that's both visible on the satellite, and we can see the plume from the higher ridge tops. My best estimate is it's at the top of this little bowl in here, and it's just kind of cleaning itself up. It really has nowhere to go. There's not a lot of continuous fuels in this area, so it's just finding the pockets of fuels that exist in there and are just eating those up. But it does show you the potential that this fire has, today and going in through the night. So that's your evening update for September 17th, and I'll talk to you in the morning.
Oh, sorry. Caught me mid-chew there. Didn't know it would, didn't know that video would end so soon. Sorry, guys. We love Dennis, and that was my comment. We heart you, Dennis. Did you hear that wind? So that was 2 hours ago. You can hear the wind whipping on the river complex. Good to hear that in a couple spots it's rocked out. Fire's going to hit rocks and shouldn't spread too far. I wonder if it's raining over there right now. That would be pretty cool. There's yesterday. Yep, this is so cool seeing the evacuation orders downgraded to a warning at Cecilville area. That is cool. So here was his morning briefing that I didn't see 8 hours ago, just about when I went to bed around 9:30. I think I think I looked at my phone from bed and saw there was a bunch of updates. I was like, dang it. But I wasn't about to crawl out of my sick bed to go play them. So tomorrow there's a Monument and Knob virtual community meeting tomorrow. I'm hoping rain has shown up by then. We'll have a good news here. So I wish they'd make these as oh, they did. Cool. So I can hit the interested button and the going button. That's cool. Okay. So we've got more pictures of our heroes. Here's a good video to watch while I'm eating.
Hi, my name's Dee Dee Cherry, Division Whiskey trainee on the Monument Fire. A division on a wildland fire basically has a geographic area of the fire from one point to another, and we help operations in strategies and tactics best used on the division, and then we also help with span of control over resources within the division. We're looking at what we started the other night, a backfire operation to really get rid of the ground fuels between the main fire and where we want to instill some control line. The reason we do it, there's places where it's just unsafe to put firefighters, and we need to have an indirect tactic, and we've got to get rid of the fuel between the main fire and our control lines, so we use backfire to do it. We're looking at topography, where are good holding points for us, weather, what our weather forecast is right now, what the outlook is for the next couple of days. We're looking at wind direction so that we have favorable wind conditions, hopefully blowing interior towards the fire, so that we have a little bit more control of it. And you can kind of look around and see, you know, we burned through here a couple of days ago, but some of these trees are going to survive. Then we can come back and mop up safely, and have crews in here mopping things up and really getting a good control line. The other thing we're able to do before we do burn operations is to prep our line. So we look at control points like ridge tops, existing roads, and we're able to prep those. So we're able to snag them beforehand. We're able to widen them. We're able to take some of the understory out so that we can keep things at a low intensity. It just allows us to fight fire more on our terms than the fire's terms. We had actually kind of started high, and that's typical with more firing things, is we'll start at a high point, bring it down so that we can back things down. When we get to corners like you saw the other day with the Stanislaus hot shots, to buffer that corner, because as we know, a lot of times in our corners and our draws, wind will funnel up. So we've got to slow down, build a buffer, and then we can continue on the next line down the road. What you'll notice in the footage is as we brought things down, we brought it to a corner, and we had to slow down. Corners are a hard part for us to get around, so we've got to slow things down. We've got to bring it around the corner slowly, and we were actually able to bring it on down to a dozer line. And then we actually met up with CAL FIRE, who was simultaneously burning towards us, and really lock this piece in, this corner in, on Division Whiskey.
Yay! I like seeing ladies in firefighter positions explaining stuff. There are ladies in firefighting. Okay, So, looking at the Tobias Peak camp, somebody said that there were flames visible. Goodness gracious. Let's go take a look. There was a structure fire earlier in LA. I thought I had one of these cams open. Whoa, there's Sierra Tahoe. To Tobias Peak. Sorry, excuse me. I got hiccups. So that was last night's image. Let's go. Oh, it's right now. Okay, I see what you mean. They're now visible because of infrared. Gotcha. That makes us able to see through the smoke at night. Remember, a lot of it's heat. A lot of the white is heat, what the human eye can't see. So the moment it flips to infrared, it seems to be a lot worse than the daytime cam, but I have to remind people, this is the light of the fire up in the smoke column. The actual flames are pretty small. The stuff here on the ground, whoops, that's the wrong. And then the real flames, I mean, they're tall, but they're really only that big. The rest is the heat that you mostly see, the light reflected. Now, in the next frame, we see heat. That's what the human eye can't see, you know. And it always makes it look worse. But if we could see in the dark, normally it would just look like that. Those are big flames. That's a lot of them. That's a huge amount of fire going up into the column. There could be fire vortexes in there that we can't see, not without FLIR. The FLIR cams that we had on Dyer Mountain showing the tornado-like formations, some of them 1,000 feet tall, those could be present in there. That's what's inside of a pyrocumulus, but we will not be able to see that. We can see the heat and the light and the flames a little bit better at nighttime, though. I wish these cameras had different modes, but as clouds are propped up by it finding new fuels and burning through them hot, clouds are propped up by the heat rising. So we may be seeing a little bit of the columns collapse. It was mega tall today. I mean, this is the same perspective. See how huge this was, and then going down to here, I think we're seeing it kind of in the process of collapsing. But it's hard to say. We still have fluffy stuff on the top. It just may be smaller, but we'll see. So if you'll excuse me, I gotta go refresh myself. Yeah, I know, Dusty. Be right back. You guys are talking about putting your car keys on red at the craps table. If you do that, I'll double your cars, and then I'll triple your cars, and then I'll quadruple your cars, and then you'll walk home with 12 cars. You have no idea what kind of golden arm I am. Okay. Sorry, friends. Sick as a dog. Why isn't the radio on? Sorry, this is my fault. Okay. Radio's back on. Okay. Yeah. Dusty, you were saying about that. It looks bad enough when it's red. I know. This is a monster. It's probably not going to do any calming during the night. Maybe a little bit at the crack of dawn like we saw before. But it's been doing this night after night after night. And now that it's out of its cage and it's being wind propelled, I expect we're going to have a pretty ferocious, bad-looking fire throughout the night. Now it's time to check the K&P, because now we'll be able to finally see inside of it. Let's see, where's my multicam? Yeah. The one at the top here is Axis Buck Rock 2. And now we can finally see through the smoke. So let's go to Buck Rock 2 lookout. Today, disturbingly, the smoke was going straight to it, meaning the fire was heading straight for it.
Response check back engine 4295.
But it has shifted a little bit towards the northeast. Oh, Chris. They're scary. I'm praying for you, friend. Yeah. 80 beats per minute while sitting, seems about right. Isn't the normal resting heart rate, isn't that around 85? I'm so sorry to hear you're unwell. Oh. Sorry, I need to scroll up. I didn't see that. Oh, you have a pill that slows your heart. Okay. You know, I know somebody who had a couple of surgeries and they got a super pacemaker set up. In the United States, there's a telephone system where if anything is wrong with the rhythm, the pacemaker has a wireless beacon that goes to something that dials a doctor for you. So you were thinking your lungs were the problem, and now you're thinking that your heart is the main health problem. I think that's what you mean. But I know somebody with that condition, and they're doing okay.
In quarters, out of service.
Here copies, in quarters out of service, 1954.
Have you tried myrrh oil for COPD? Vaporizing it? It works wonders, even if you just put it on your chest or something. Like true, you know, honest to goodness, pure myrrh, as in frankincense and myrrh. People think that frankincense and myrrh were some sort of aromatherapy gifts to baby Jesus or something. But they're not. They're medicine.
3949, 53949.
Oh, hi, Husky. Thanks for the tip. There's a spot fire in Ponderosa detected. You mean like Do you mean a camera or the Ponderosa ranch or the Ponderosa town? I'd love to look at it, but wait, which one? Oh, the cam. And that's it. That's it. That is the, wait a second. Yeah, just east of Modesto. That must be the, the new fire, the Bayshore. Wasn't visible during the daytime. Either that or the camera was pivoted. Let's go to a 3-hour. Because we saw that it was due east of the Turlock area. That lines up. Thanks, Husky, for the heads up. Oh, right. That's good stuff, Chris, but really, get myrrh. It's one of the few things that actually helps. Power lines. What do you think about this? Somebody recreating? Sleeper fire from a lightning strike? Ah, so it pivoted away. It's not near the power lines. Or is it? Oh, it is. I guess they just go... Wait a second, I'm real confused. They are almost invisible to the nighttime cam. That is weird. Isn't that a fire over there too? Or is it a vehicle? Okay. Let's play that again. I thought those were vehicles responding.
Bayshore RC trainee.
That's a vehicle.
RC trainee, Sierra.
It's vehicle headlights.
The Bayshore fire will be transitioning from an IC5 to an IC4. The new IC will be Captain 11.
Vehicle headlights.
Bayshore incident transitioning from an IC5 to an IC4, and Captain 11 will be the IC 1959.
I think that's just vehicle headlights, right? Because where would the smoke be?
Sure, I see. Sierra, are you okay with us conducting a announcement, the transition? Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering, Big Dog.
Incident, be advised, incident's transition from an IC Type 5 to 4, and Captain 11 will now be assuming IC.
I think they stirred up dust from tearing down the road.
Sierra, Bearshore, IC. For IC, Sierra. I got a live along. We're ready to copy on the new fire that's approximately 1,000 feet from the Bayshore incident.
Oh, I'm writing it down.
North 37.
decimal 518, break. By west 119.25, decimal 145.
Okay, I got it.
Copy. Blue Fire is approximately 1,000 feet from the Bay Shore incident, lat long of north 3728 decimal 518 by 119.25 decimal 145.
That's a good copy. And additionally, we got approximately 3 to 4 acres burning heavy dead down timber. Break. And mostly mixed conifer on the fire in the drainage. And additionally, we are starting a hand line on the right flank, trying to corral it back into the creek. At this time, moderate rate of spread. Break. We do have some single tree torching and approximately 2 spots out in main fire north. Approximately one was a 1/4 acre and the other one was maybe a 1/2 acre. Break. Right now I'm getting with the duty officer and coming up with a plan, but for the night we're going to be planning on holding the crew in one engine at this time. We're going to reassess for day shift, and additionally we need another resource. Additionally, break. There is standing snags that are dead, cat face in the middle of the fire of their special hazard.
Public assist MPUD.
And additional to that,
Ottawa's Mobile Home Park.
we will be kind of taking the parallel for visibility purposes.
Stupid medical.
Copy is approximately 3 to 4 acres, burning in heavy dead and down, mixed conifer.
Engine out of Mariposa, Company 22, with assist for help up
Has a moderate rate of spread.
at Ottawa's Mobile Home Park, 5277 Highway 49, space number 76. Respond local 22003.
Continuing on 2 additional spots north of the main fire. One was approximately a 1/4 acre, the other approximately 1/2. Attempting to corral into the creek. We'll be holding one engine and the crew on through the night. We'll advise with needs for a day shift later.
Dang
Yeah,
it.
that's a good copy. And I'll get back to you no later than 2400 with tomorrow's needs and our plan for the night.
Copies. We'll advise before 2400 with needs for tomorrow and tonight, 2003.
Well, this channel is supposed to be medical left channel or something and fire right channel.
Sierra.
But they're mixed together, so that just...
Sorry, Sierra. Inquiring if you'd like us to check with MMU of the availability for crews either for night shift or tomorrow day shift.
Yeah, stand by. Let me get with the duty officer. He's walking up right now, and we'll get back to you in 10 with that request.
For copies, we'll advise in 10-2004.
Okay. So right about here was the original fire. The second fire is further north, closer to the actual globe rock with the Latin long coordinates. So he's saying moderate rate of spread or something like that, and then all of a sudden the medical call talked over him. But
Water tender 21, gear engine 353. Engine 353, go for 21. Yeah, what's your ETA back?
Yeah, we just topped off down here and heading back, so my guess would be 20-25 minutes.
I copy.
it's that deep into the Sierra forest. So pretty far northeast of Oakhurst. If we look at our cam view, That's up by Stockton. And Oakhurst is right there. I don't think the cam possibly sees it. This one might. Yosemite West. And it's looking at a hillside, so no. Okay. Why don't they put these taller? I just don't know. Maybe something like Miami. If Miami Peak rotated, maybe we'd see it. I think what we are seeing.
2006. There should be a key under the table.
Be right back, friends.
Medical aid, Atwater, correction, Winton, 7161 Center. Unit 63, medical aid, unknown nature, 7161 Center, across the Walnut, respond with dead command 2010.
Engine 4282 available.
4282 in 2013. You can return to quarters and switch.
Sierra Bayshore IC.
For IC Sierra.
Okay, so I'd like to place an order for tomorrow's day shift for 2 Type 2 crews, 1 preferably Fresno 3 break. And the other one like to shop. Additionally, I'd like to check on the availability of is that 3 Hotel X-ray?
RC Sierra, that's affirmative.
And additionally, can you confirm if they have a full crew or are they just the ship and manager?
For IC Sierra, as of now, it was spotter plus 2 repellers.
Yeah, I copy. I'd like to get them ordered up at 0900 for bucket work. Additionally, tomorrow break. And talking with the duty officer, we're probably going to be out here the majority of the night, and then we're going to bed down for approximately 8 hours and be up tomorrow morning back on the fire with engine 11 and Fresno 4 break. And additionally, water tender 21 will be committed. And I'd like to order a sea faller, preferably Battalion 18.
Copy is requesting 2 Type 2 crews, preferably 1 Fresno 3 secondary to be shopped. Additionally, we'd like to check the availability of 3 Hotel X-ray and order them up for 0900 for bucket work. Break. They're continuing, estimating to have engine 11 and Fresno 4 committed through the night. We'll be bedding down for 8 hours and re-engaging in the morning. Additionally, Water Center 21 will also be committed and ordering a sea faller, preferably Battalion 18.
That's a good copy. And additionally, we're going to be setting up an ICP at Cold Springs.
Copies. We'll be setting up an ICP at Cold Springs 2016. For IC Sierra.
Go ahead.
For IC Sierra, inquiring on the reporting time for the additional resources.
Yeah, I'd like to get him at 0700 at Batterson to meet with the duty officer.
Copies requesting may be at Batterson by 0700 2017. For IC Sierra.
Go ahead, Sierra.
For IC Sierra, currently on the phone with Division 4, inquiring if you had any additional needs for engines. Stated you could possibly take 2 loose for the morning.
stand by, sir.
Copy 2018.
Sierra, Bayshore, IC.
For IC Sierra.
Just inquire how many engines they have off for us on the south end.
Sure, IC Sierra. Unknown. I have to get back to you, but per the duty officer did state he could provide 2 engines for you if necessary.
Yeah, Sierra, I'll take 1 engine from the south side for now, and I'll reassess in the morning.
Their copies requesting 1 engine and confirming at Batterton 0700.
Affirm.
Copies. Additionally, Battalion 18 has been advised and will be en route to Cold Springs. Did you want them relayed or rerouted to Batterton?
Negative. I'll meet him at Cold Springs.
Their copies 2020.
Okay, once again I had the master mute button on and I came back talking to myself. Sorry guys, I'm doing best I can with a fever, but I'm not doing too well right now. So I just came back to the keyboard. We know that the firefighters have responded to this new the Bayshore fire at that Globe Rock area. That there's a couple more established spot fires just to the north of it. I plugged in the latitude and longitude that they gave us. And we know that they are going to bed down for the night and hit it again in the morning after doing some work tonight. We got the wind direction still going towards the north. I was wondering just what do they do if they need to bed down for the night like they're talking about? Do they have tents? Surely they don't have to sleep under the stars in a storm. Oh, hey, Gail. Yeah, thanks for being so compassionate. I want to go give you a big hug, Chris. Yeah, I'm sick as a dog. I've been in and out of here. I've put away food, and I just went to splash water on my face. This flu's got me real nauseous. I sat back down here. Mark says, I have this channel on the Bluetooth speaker outside broadcasting Catherine to the neighborhood, volume up. Well, hopefully you're not irritating your neighborhood when it goes beep. Medical problem. Somebody fell. Responding. I send 7 fire trucks, 2 ladder trucks, 3 engines. Somebody fell. Need to help them back up on the toilet. They're wedged against the wall in between toilet. Break. That's probably what all your neighborhoods needs to know about. Oh. So. Oh, big hugs, Chris. I'm sorry. I'm going up there reading things. You're right, Antoine. Those power lines don't have enough vegetation cleared near them. I was pretty shocked to see that. And the in the cams. Now we should go do our camera checks. We can finally see the K&P. This is the windy once again. The windy is gonna go fierce all night if the wind keeps propelling it. Yeah, the fire's near Globe Rock. That's the one they keep talking about. Big dog. I'm sorry, guys. I keep running over to the bathroom, just feeling like I might be sick, but not actually being sick. Then I splash water on my face, and I kind of get in front of a fan, and I feel like I'm okay for a moment, and then I feel sick again. This flu sucks. I just ate a meal that was a little bit too heavy. And maybe should have started with the rice and mushrooms, but man, the meat was there, and I went, oh yeah. So, I haven't been able to keep much down today. I think I'll be alright. I got my anti-nausea medication, but every once in a while I gotta go splash more water on my face and get in front of the fan. Nighttime cams will show us other fires that were hidden. Yeah, I'll probably be going to bed soon, but yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go worship the fan. And I have to mute myself. I'd keep talking, but the fan goes right into the microphone. So it's a little frustrating. But I don't know that we saw fire at that Ponderosa camp. I don't think we did. I think that was the fire crews tearing it up, going down the road, trying to reach it. But I think it was a little too far out of view to the bottom right. See, I think that's vehicle headlights on the way there. See, it's just a little bit out of view, I think. But let me show you guys Tobias Peak again. I'm gonna go get in front of the fan, and eventually I'll go to bed early. But I want to make sure we don't miss any videos. Did I miss any other video updates for the evening? Let me know. I'll be right back.
Mariposa engine 4295 available.
$22.95, return to quarter switchback 2030. Just a couple, you're back in quarters. Do you need numbers or do you have your numbers? Incident number and timing. Rescue 26 Mariposa. Incident number 20713, and time is called 1918.
Mariposa engine 4295 in quarters, Rancheria.
Mariposa copy 2032. Engine 4281 and 2034.
Sierra. Sierra, Bayshore IC, go ahead.
Bayshore IC Sierra inquired with MMU, stated they can have a strike team of crews at Batterson by 0700 for a 12-hour shift. Otherwise, the order will have to be shot through the GAC and shot through there and may or may not get a fill.
I copy. Let me get with the duty, and I'll get back to you.
Copies, 2036.
Sierra, Bayshore IC.
IC Sierra.
After your discussion with the duty officer, yeah, let's go with that plan. Let's order up the golf strike team, Wildfire, 0700, meeting at Batterson for the briefing with the duty officer.
For copies, we'll be requesting the strike team at 0700 Batterson to meet with the duty for a briefing, 12:39.
Oh, I'm back. Okay. No puking. That's the rule. Excuse me. I told my body, no, you can't do that. We need this nutrition. Just waiting for the pill to take effect now. Thank God I've got my medicine again. So, yeah, I'm alright. I just overzealously ate when I had the flu and should have started a little bit easier with the lighter meal there. So apologies. Let me come back. I have to put a couple of refrigeratables away. It sounds like they're ordering a golf strike team for that new fire over by the Globe Rock, which for some reason has that Bay Shore name. Don't ask me why they name stuff like that. Could somebody tell me what a golf strike team is? I hear that there's alphas and charlies and golfs, but I've never had a clear explanation of what those are, what the difference is. Oh, okay. Oh, let me, Bug says I had the nausea close to vomiting thing for 5 weeks and finally let up about 1 week ago. I have no idea what it was. Stomach flu's not that long. You know what? It could have been an enterovirus, a stomach bug, or a roto virus. I think there's a couple different varieties. I blame my ear thing, but then again, who knows? So, hi Tracy. But yeah, there's a lot of people just sick as dogs right now. There's something going around. I mostly have felt okay with my stomach. Like yesterday was fine, but then again, I was eating the real light, snacky kind of meals. Sure, yeah. Which fire, Tracy? For the most part, the southwest winds are blowing almost all fires to the northeast. It kind of depends on which fire it's at, but in general, the entire state's being affected by southwest winds. So, if we look at windy, this has one of the better animations, kind of explaining. This is the wind gust meter, and that thing is coming in from the Pacific. So, red and purples are 45 mile an hour wind gusts, and inside the red, the deeper gray purple thing is 50 miles an hour or higher wind speed. So this is the diagram for the expected wind for Friday, and it's mostly slamming into the Pacific Northwest, but it's pushing down into California and giving us higher and higher winds, especially in the Sierras. And then Sunday, more of it comes down. Sunday and Monday, the winds are going to come from the north. So the Friday and Saturday winds are from the southwest. Because even though the storm is like that way, see how the winds it's kind of pushing up like that. So the southwest winds are pushing most fires to the northeast. And with Oregon getting slammed the most, and in Washington, Idaho, Nevada. And then after Sunday, see how the wind's going to be different. It's coming in like from the north like so. So I think it was raining a little bit in Quincy, somebody said earlier today, which sounds awesome. I'm not sure about what is currently doing up there. I just said at Saturday night's winds, which will be colossal. Just wow. As long as the storms are wet, they can be as windy as they dang want. However, the problem is for the southern fires, anything south of Tahoe likely will not get any significant rain. And so look what happens Sunday, 11 a.m. Almost 50 mile an hour wind gusts from Tahoe to Bakersfield. And it's going to change a little bit, of course, with the outlook, but that's why it's red flag. It's red flag. So the hold on to your butts until Tuesday is the quote from Jurassic Park. So, hey, Big Al. CalTopo shows a wind vortex swirling around over the General Sherman area. Yeah, it is a little bowl, so that doesn't surprise me at all. But I wish we had an actual wind gauge in each of these spots, because prevailing winds, like what it's doing at the upper atmosphere, is important. But much more important is, watch to know what exactly is going on. Watch the smoke patterns. Which way is the smoke going? And it shifted and changed a little bit throughout the day to be more to the northeast. But throughout the night, I think it keeps going towards the northeast. Tracy says we were in Bullhead City, Arizona, worried about it moving south. The storm, you mean? Yeah, take fever stuff and go back to bed. Oh, run the rig for the night? Yeah, you're right, Smitty. When you're sick with a sinus infection, Husky? I have a perpetual sinus infection, but it doesn't make you feel like you're beat up everywhere. That's how I know I have the flu. The runny nose, the stopped up stuff, sneezing. I'm not sneezing that much, but I've got perfect sense of smell. I already had COVID before. This is nothing like it. I was one of those fortunate people where COVID was like nothing to me. It made me hallucinate a little bit. It made me really loopy and weird, and even weirder than usual. But I never felt too much like bad, like in the body. But I feel like I'm kind of getting beat up every so often. The truck flu makes you feel like you're hit by the truck. Oh, Patricia, you guys are swell. Made me tear up and chuckle in less than 5 minutes. That's what happens here. We make each other laugh, and then we go back to being a little bit sad too. But Chris, I want to give you a big hug. Big hug. Yeah, welcome back, Patricia. But I do think I want to go to bed. But the thing is, I need to use the computer for a Zoom meeting thing with a nurse, and do a check and make sure I'm all cool. So I may have to use my computer for that. I think I should probably restart the stream in a few hours. I don't know that there's much more to hear, listen to, or see right now. Is there something else we should check on? Did I miss any evening update videos? But I'll restart it in several hours if I'm gonna go here. Let's see here. As an alternative, I could just keep the stream on, and I could mute all sound for you guys, so that privacy reasons, my Zoom meeting wouldn't be broadcast. So we got everything we need from Shasta Trinity. Let's look at Lassen. The West Zone update was 6 hours ago. Did we already see this? And we're coming up on the 5th hour of the second stream, so I'm thinking that it would have to be restarted anyway. So if I went for a little bit and came back, started the stream, and then completely fell asleep, that might be one of the good alternatives. I'm working on getting my second computer back up and running to make it so I have an alternative computer, So, 3 winners. They were going to give a detailed hourly forecast. Several mods said you don't want to. Wind gain has already been steady at this point. I'm not sure. Oh, thanks, Patricia. It's pretty mild. I just ate too quick. Big Al says I want to hallucinate. That was, you don't want to do that because of COVID though. That made me talk out of my head. People online told me I wasn't making any sense. I was making jokes that only I thought were really funny. And I said, that's normal, guys. And they said, no, really. I was hoping we could see the K&P. Tobias Peak, of course, is good, but K&P, well, this is about it. This is about it for seeing the K&P.
Bayshore IC. Shore IC, Sierra, if possible, at your convenience. And if there's cell service, Chief 2 would like a call from Duty Officer Smith. Hey, firm, he's hiking out right now, and he's going to be getting into cell phone service and giving him a call. We talked earlier, approximately.
I mean,
Sierra Duty Officer Smith, we copy that. No cell service right now, about 10:15.
See,
All 2050.
I hate that. We keep hearing it year after year. Firefighters need to communicate. Well, I gotta drive somewhere. I'll get cell phone service in 15 or 30 minutes or an hour. They can't text each other maps and such. Free Winter says, how the wind's been today? Oh, for God's sake. I'm gonna mute that.
Agent 41 medical aid for medical hemorrhage 2344 Crestview, Crosser Bar Road.
Alright, I'm gonna mute that for you guys. That's actually a bit of a misnomer. Mark asking if anybody's been eating Parmesan cheese. They found out all companies, all the brands but fresh ones, were making it with sawdust. That's actually cellulose. It's all plant walls have cellulose. Just like, if you eat broccoli, it gives it that crunch. Technically, wood pulp is a form of cellulose, but it's not wood pulp. It's I just would like to know where the cellulose comes from, because it either could be bad or good. Would they try to shock you with headlines like that? Just like the pink slime didn't really exist, but they said it did. That was actually taking ground, I think it was ground chicken, and they treat it with ammonia for sanitary reasons, ammonia gas, to get rid of bacteria. So it's coming out of the meat grinder with still in its pink form. It turns it temporarily pink, and there's nothing wrong with it. And they labeled it pink slime, and the media went to town shocking everybody and making these crazy headlines. It's the kind of yellow journalism that I really hate, and it put some companies out of business because they thought that there was some sort of a slimy ingredient in their meat, and that's the way all meat looks like when it's sanitized or sterilized with ammonia gas. It's a health safety thing, and it's just a gas. It goes away. So try to keep a little a bit of healthy skepticism for the wild, shocking, you wouldn't believe what the food industry is doing claims. They do plenty of bad stuff. Don't get me wrong, but you gotta see through the yellow journalism. I hate Parmesan cheese, so I know I haven't eaten any, but it's an anti-caking mechanism, and either they're getting plant cellulose from a good thing, like could be something as simple as dehydrated asparagus or something, or it could be a bad source. I'm not really sure, but trust me, I know what I'm worried about are bread additives and like the plastic chemicals and the things that give cats kidney failure. That they were poisoning America's cats with that pet food scandal. because it was a plastic ingredient that fools nutrition tests into thinking it's a protein. So they were trying to fake the amount of protein in cat food and added, what was it, melamine? A plastic ingredient? That kind of thing frightens me, terrifies me. The counterfeit baby food thing terrifies me. And that was real. That was killing babies in China. Like, they would make baby formula and it was fake. Fake medicines, frighten me. Rice powder instead of your heart medication. So, Three Winters says, for 5 minutes I was hearing Kathryn no louder than a whisper. Earphone jack was slightly detached. Whoopsie. Glad you made it back, Exile. Yeah, just keep it with a little bit of grain of salt. The way that you resist propaganda is you try to figure out, is somebody trying to make me extremely angry right away? Have a huge amount of suspicion for whatever media outlet or government or whatever agency is trying to make you angry. That usually makes people turn off logical reasoning, and that's what they want. So the more shocking and crazy the headline, the more you should suspect it and kind of look into it a little bit. Once a frenzy has been whipped up in the public, a lot of media is not brave enough to say our fellows are telling you a lie, basically. But yeah, it has consequences. This type of yellow journalism, it's called yellow because it's cowardly. It's like, let's ruin companies and lives and smear people and let the public walk away with a completely wrong idea. And the best of these have a tiny grain of truth. I don't like the whole cellulose ingredient. I want to know where the heck exactly what plant is the cellulose. But what I didn't like hearing about was azarobicarbonate or whatever that, I can't even say that word, was found to be in like Subway bread. And it's there's other ones that make bread extremely white and fluffy, and it basically gives people stomach problems. There's a lot of bad stuff in the food industry, but the other thing that was fake was the beaver castor being in ice cream, and then some idiots were saying it was beaver anal gland juice in your ice cream. No, your ice cream would cost $150 per gallon if there was something as good as beaver castor in it. That's a poison antidote. That would be the flavoring of kings. That is so expensive. It's it's basically beaver scent gland. It's not a gland, really. It's just a different type of organ. And it's deep within the body, like deep in the beaver's body. It's not like you would be milking a beaver or something. And it comes out like kind of like in a thing that looks like a gland that looks like little kidneys. And that is used for the perfume industry because it smells wonderful once it's cut and changed. It's a musky thing. It's the basis for many, many perfumes. It's considered extremely luxurious. It's actually medicinal. Whenever the beaver eats plants, it has the concentrations of the plant's essence into its castor. So it is the cure for many poisonings. Because if it eats willow bark, it would have concentrated aspirin, for example, in its castor. If it eats other plants that are antidotes to poison, then it's an antidote to poison. So when kings thought that they were poisoned, they would reach for beaver castor and have some of that for antidote, and it worked. Like the Wild West people would have arthritis and rub it on their joints, and it had anti-inflammatory activity from all the medicinal plants in it. And trust me, it's still used for that stuff. It is something that would be amazing to have your food flavored with it, Although I can't imagine it would be good. It's kind of a chocolatey, nutty smell. But anyway, it is not what vanilla flavoring is. That was a huge myth. But you know how they can run wild in the media with crazy stuff. Cognito says Cheetos taste like cellulose, but they're so good. Have you ever tried white cheddar Cheetos? They're great. Those are incredible. They're absolutely good. Cheetos taste like wallpaper paste. You guys are acting like wallpaper paste just isn't really awesome. Come on now, that's what I was raised on. That's where I got my smarts. Somebody told me that it would improve my IQ. I've been eating it religiously ever since. Oh, Dusty Smoke and Rhino Horn is good for ED. It's actually true about beaver castor, though. It actually is nature's medicine. But the thing is we synthesized aspirin and don't need it anymore, so people think it was all about the pelts. There was huge money in the castors. And, well, the meat. The meat's a delicacy. So, yeah, Chris is saying, Smitty, how do you know what wallpaper tastes like? Well, that's because all of us discerning people, we know the secret. That it's the best snack you can get. You know, like, what do you guys, haven't you guys ever tried Elmer's Glue? It's kind of like your stepping stone. It's like your gateway drug to wallpaper paste. You know, you admit you tried some when you were a kid. That and Play-Doh. You know you tried some. Big Dog says many years ago, yew trees were destroyed. Nowadays they used to treat breast cancer. Exactly. Herbal medicine is pretty dang good. It's real medicine. Today's drugs are mostly imitations of what Mother Nature's pharmacy is. But aspirin is just synthesized willow bark, which Native Americans taught the pioneers and such. So we don't have good eyes on the KNP. The Windy is still visible, but it's since most of the cameras on the KNP are looking at it from the north. It's just looking deep into the smoke. Let's check our cams. But my point is, if you look into it a little bit of these really questionable, random, stupidly written articles. Oh, and then that started the rumor that beaver butts smell like vanilla. I tell you, they don't. They do not. What kind of idiot would think that? I don't know. But nobody verifies this stuff. That was my comment once when that came out, and even National Geographic got on it, and I slammed them like you guys are jumping on a stupid e-rumor, just like the e-rumor that plastic water bottles could start a fire in your car on a hot day. Okay. I mean, my comment was, have you ever smelled a beaver butt? I mean, did you verify this for your printed article? And there was like 450 lol kind of replies. Like, seriously. Chris says I was brought up on Tassie devil jerky. Ew. Tasmanian devil jerky. Ew. Is it good? I mean, I'm not going to judge. I don't know, maybe with enough barbecue sauce, anything is good. Oh, John Sater says Flipper was a female named Susie. And Toto was as well named Terry. Really? Was Lassie a male? I heard that. And Lassie means girl, right? in Scottish. Cognito says I used to eat paste glue. Don't know anything about ED. Can't contribute to that subject. Oh. Oh my god. Keep it family friendly here. Oh my gosh. It's almost like me getting on the photos, trying to look for the SQF complex and finding a guy stepping out of the porta-john. We gotta keep it family friendly. No more gooey ducks. Okay, let's go to Blue Mountain Kern. Yeah, how did we get on this topic? If Patricia says, I'm so glad I tuned in. God. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you can tell I have a fever. Okay. Beaver derriere. So now I have to prove that I smelled one. What? You think that I smelled one? You think that I smelled one? Smitty. I've smelled beaver castor. It comes in a jar. You can buy it. Oh, you think that I lifted a beaver tail and took a... Smitty. Smitty. Oh, where is your mind? No, you can buy beaver castor. Oh my gosh. Well, if you're rich, it's really expensive, but I went to a historical thing, and there was fur trapper and trader and Indian reenactment actors. They're over there at places like Fort Vancouver, you know, the fur trading fort by Portland. And they opened up a jar and let me smell it. You really think that I lifted up a beaver tail? Oh my God, Smitty. How do I know that their butts don't smell like vanilla? Because they smell like castor. Besides, they don't have a butt. They have a cloaca. You know, the person who wrote the article, that is what I challenged them on. I said, did you smell a beaver butt or what? Because I'm pretty sure it smells strongly of castor. That's what the experts say. If you've ever gone fishing, and you may have smelled it yourself before, if you once they opened the jar, I realized I've smelled that before all over rivers in California, Oregon, and Washington, creeks. If you go fishing, especially if it's a warmer kind of a day, they usually territorial scent mark in the breeding season, which is going to be in the fall. Sometimes you smell it, other times of the year. It's a nutty, chocolatey, pungent.
Availability of dozer 2 for tomorrow, and if he's available, I'd like to order him up and have him at Patterson at 0700. Alright, see Sierra. Dozer 2 was committed to the Angeles. They left earlier this evening. I copy all.
Cement glue is my favorite, Cynthia says.
Would you like us to check for the availability of another dozer? Yeah, I'm going to put a hold on that for now. Let me reassess and give us a duty in a little bit, but I'll get back to you by 2400 after I reassess the fire activity right now. Break. Yeah, just an update. Approximately 6 acres. That spot on the northeast side of the past the main fire is actively burning currently. Break. They got single group torching sometimes, and it's burning a lot of heavy, deadened down mixed.
Well, we should have a heat signature by now. That's eerie. Look at Breckenridge Peak. I don't know why it's not showing up on GOES. I mean, if it's a 6-acre fire burning in heavy dead down, we should be seeing right here.
Your transmission broke, confirming spot is approximately 6 acres northeast of the main fire. The spot is active with single group tree torching, burning in heavy dead and down and mixed conifer.
That's affirmed, so the total acres is about 6 for that spot. Break. And additionally, just that most northern spot of the spot fire is the most active, and slowly creeping up the slope. At this time, we're trying to find better features to corral it back into the creek. So at this time, I'll give you more an update at 2400 too as well.
Here copies. The most northern portion of the fire is most active, currently creeping up the slope. We'll advise with further details at 2400, 2109.
I don't understand why we don't see it. If just the spot fire 6 acres, how big is the main one? Just get somewhere over to Tahoe. Okay, so let's check Sentinel Playground. Remember this, Cogito? Thanks for showing me. Cogito. What did we want? False. And thank you so much, Desiree, for the compliment that this is starting to sound so off the rails. It's like a true facts video. Those are good comedy. If I could at all imitate them or come close, I'd be so proud of myself. Okay. So we had images from the 17th. Why isn't it changing? Why isn't it changing? There we go. What did we want? False color urban? Look at the dead vegetation. Okay, so here's our windy fire. Now red is dead vegetation. It's from the old fires. Wait, is that windy or is that one? Yeah. So windy is down here. Now, the red is the dead vegetation from the previous year's burn scar. This is not live.
Can you roll over to TAC 2?
In fact, that's from the 15th. Darn, I hope we would get a new one. Yeah. So now the windy is headed towards the red burn scar of all that dead vegetation. Isn't that sad? The dead forest from the SQF complex. True facts about the beaver. Actually, I was writing a screenplay for a documentary called Beavers, the Gangsters of the Forest. And in all seriousness, that's what it's called. Because I found out about the beaver. They are not nice. They were gangster way before it was cool. They were prehistorically gangster. Bugs Bunny, you guys have me feeling better about my childhood. I never ate non-food substances. You were missing out, Bugs. Play-Doh was the bomb. Silly putty and the little stuff you roll between your fingers to put your homework on the refrigerator. Sticky tacky. All you needed was, well, I mean, it was good straight, actually. But no, I have a fever, and I am the one here who has an excuse to be talking out of my head like this. You guys don't. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. There's just something seriously wrong with you. I mean, madness confirmed. This has become straight up Alice in Wonderland stuff here. So, but no, at the end of the night, we have to unwind and let off steam a little bit. But no, I seriously am gonna make the Beavers the Gangster of the Forest video. Husky says, I went through hallucinations myself to take, aka staying up for 3 days straight with no sleep. Glad you made it back to exile. Okay.
Medical aid out order. Correction, Delhi 15406 August.
Oh.
Engine 91, medical aid no nature 15406 August. Fast to Stevens, respond Mercedes fan 2113.
I wish this satellite went over much more frequently. If we had one from today, or even right now, that'd be pretty good. I think vegetation index is based on dryness. I just can't tell. But then again, water is red, so sometimes it's backwards. These each have their own code, and I can't remember. Yeah, Tahoe is straight up red. There's a red tide in Tahoe. No, it's just a different way of looking things. So here's the Caldor fires scar, and the Tamarack right there. Here's the Dixie. There should not be that much mud on the landscape. There is. It's hard to fit the Dixie in the entire frame. Here's your monument, McFarland River Complex. In fact, you can still see the fires here from a couple days ago by Trinity Village.
Medical aid, Madera City, 128 Hardy.
That's from the 14th, though.
Engine 58, medical aid, difficulty breathing, 128 Harding, cross the Davis, respond on City Command 2150.
You know, as a first responder, I think I'd last a week and immediately quit if I had to hear that all the time. I'd be like, no more of that. Let's just have a good ringtone or something. Let's have medical calls. Can we just play Bee Gees' Staying Alive or something? I mean, why is that sound a thing? We have elevator music. I wonder where the Dixie was at the time this was taken. Let's find the Dixie. Okay. Smitty says, I speak jive. What are you, some sort of a turkey? Yeah, it would be by Old Station, wouldn't it? This is not live. I wish it was. No, we don't see open flames on Dixie too much. Oh, there's some spots. So it's a snapshot of where the fire was on the 16th, yesterday. These were its flames on the false color urban thing here. Dusty says massively annoying sounds are hard to miss or ignore. Well, they could just do two things then. They could have country and rap, or medical and fire, and then boom, problem solved. Just kidding. Big Dog says, I am the true gangster of the forest, James Cagney. Top of the world, Ma. God, I love James. I love Cagney. Cogito says the sound activates station radios. They don't have to listen to all of the traffic in the country. Helps you sleep at night. Oh yeah, this is helping me sleep at night. I've had 66 days of this and I'm going insane. I'd also dislike being a pilot with a non-stop chatter on the party line. Radio listening constantly for your call sign. Oh, J-Cat says EMS dispatch tone out should be the tune I Died in Your Arms Tonight. Oh my god. No, I thought Staying Alive was somewhat dark, but that's super dark. Yeah, Frank is saying the tones are the sound of the station being paged so that the horn goes off. Let's abolish that stuff entirely. Oh, I have don't they call it misphonia? Oh god, that was loud. They actually put a name to it where you can't stand certain sounds. It gives you uncontrollable anger and wrath and rage feelings. I have suffered that my entire life with leaf blower. I just can't stand it. I suppress this urge to fling open my door, sprint at the top of my ability, leap like a jungle cat on top of a leaf blower, man, pin him to the ground, and just take that leaf blower away and fling it with the might of Zeus across 2 county lines into the river. That is what the impulse I get when I hear a leaf blower. Mountain Mike says, Kathryn, great job, thanks. You're welcome. The antelope fire took a bad turn yesterday, Jeb says. Oh dear. Do we have an antelope video update? That's the Siskiyou. Let's see. No, not that sound. But you as first responders, you hear it, right?
Unknown nature. Patient located Glacier Point in the lobby near the elevator. 5200 Lake Road. Respond with that 2120.
I mean, okay. Let me give you temporary mod power. Okay, post a link. Can you first responders hear that all the time? My ex's voice used to do the same thing to me. Ooh, dang, Frank. I feel bad for you, son. I've got 99 problems, but an ex ain't one. I'd love a planer. That would go so viral. Yes. Dude, we should make that happen. That would be the kind of video that Fire Department Chronicles would make. It's not Shasta Trinity, it's Shasta... Isn't it? Shasta... Which one's the antelope in? Not Shasta Trinity, there's a Shasta... Heck, you got me. I'll just follow your link because I didn't find it. Okay, hang on a second. Alright. This is spooky. The Breckenridge camera. How far is this away from the Windy? And it shows that from a distance. It's the distant cams, the more spooky ones to me. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm looking at this Weather Channel video. That's dated on the 10th of September, though. I mean, today was windy. That's not yesterday. That's dated to the 10th. Unless I missed something. And I can't show that to the people. That's very fire... And I could show it, but a lot of people, fire sensitive, would have to shut their eyes. Thank you for the link. That's incredible. But be warned. If somebody clicks on that, that's that is super PTSD inducing right there. Wow. I mean, it's incredible, but yeah. It says newsflare.com, McDowell, California, September 10th. There's a fire truck and crews leaving the vicinity. Copy that. Yeah, we're going to turn around. Turning around is not an option. Oh my god, that's a lot like that Santa Rosa stuff. Wow. Fire trucks are desperately trying to escape a 100-foot wall of flames. Yeah. They're saying go, go, go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, they're driving through a wall of fire. Oh my god. Holy mackerel. Oh. You don't see that every day. Nikes. Now, I don't think it's copyrighted. This is really compelling, but, okay, I'm going to show it, but everybody who's fire sensitive, or 2 minutes, look away and mute it, I guess, if you need to. This is some intense stuff. Quite intense, so be warned. Next 2 minutes are fire intense. Thanks for the link. This is a good thing to appreciate what our fire crews go through, and also why it's not a good idea to remain behind and fail to evacuate. So, yeah. Well, the thing is this newsflare.com got this from a fire crew, because this is somebody filming in the center of a fire crew. This is obviously filmed by a crew. And that kind of thing can't be copyrighted unless there's a journalist sitting here in the front seat. But I think this is a fire truck, so I'm just going to go ahead and play it.
Copy that. Yeah, we're just going to turn around.
Turning around is not an option.
That's a lot of cursing.
Go, 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 go. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Go.
Why is that so loud?
Road. Yep. Get on the road.
They're stuck?
Down that road. I'm trying.
God.
Lost some people. I think everyone burned over. Go.
Oh, for God's sake, I'm going to mute that. I don't know why the sound's really low, and that tone is just insane. Ugh. And what is this saying? The driver says it was only through heroic acts of courage that there were no fatalities. Not the courage of this dude. Go. We lost some people back there, but go. He was in the clear. Like, maybe honk the horn or something so they can find the way out. Oh my God. So yeah, don't look. We're going to go back and look at this. It seems at one point that they go off-road. There's a water tender in front of them. I'm trying to make sense of this. This is... I don't know whose vehicle this is. It's actually a pickup. I thought this was a fire truck. And the water tender starts to turn around, I think, blocking their way. They kind of off-road it around the water tender, I think. Dang. Don't look at it if you're fire sensitive. And then, dang. I'm not seeing 100-foot tall flames. I'm not saying they didn't exist, but they don't have to be that tall to really injure. What if they had their tires on fire, or if their window had busted out? Yeah, they went off-road. Yeah, I guess around the traffic jam. Because these are the reverse lights of the tender, right? Isn't he putting it in reverse to try to turn around? Dang. What if the tender had gotten stuck? Jeez. I mean, if there was heroism, it wasn't with this pickup, but not at least at this moment. I wonder if an engine crew got him out of there, or if he finally was able to drive, or what the heck. Yikes. So let's go back to the start here. Frank Presley, and yeah, that was a lot of cursing. Yeah, that's justifiable. This goes to show as a wake-up call that don't remain behind with your garden hose, especially in some high wind red flag stuff. You just go. This is where fire crews, they leave. See, at this point right there, the water tender turning around, I'd probably be like, buddy, get in. Buddy, get in. Ugh. That was kind of some panic stuff. I'm not blaming him, but why did this happen to them? I don't know. But they got stuck. The wind picked up and the fire went to them. Usually this happens when the fire is blowing in one direction, and then it intensifies, makes its own wind, and the wind changes direction. And it's from an unexpected direction, and they don't have enough time to leave. You can see how smoky it is. They can't see the main fire. This stuff is just what's spotting out ahead of the main. Wherever the main fire is, it's bigger than this. Yeah, Frank is saying tenders are slow and cumbersome. Yeah, therefore, buddy, get in with us and let's go. I don't blame anybody for self-rescue, but that's chilling. We might have just lost some people. I think everyone burned over. Oh, that's sad. I wonder if anybody else had what if these are civilians actually? I'm sitting here thinking these are fire crews. What if they're civilians trying to evac? I didn't think about that for a second. That could be copyrighted, but dang, it's still worth it to see, for the purpose of giving people a reality check. Okay, so Smitty says if a window had busted out, free haircut and a shave. Okay, so Frank says somebody's gonna have to explain the burnt off paint to the chief. That's the kind of thing where you get out and make sure the tires are not on fire once you get past that. But people think that they should drive through flames, and it's not good. Generally, you'll come out with your tires on fire on the other side. They could have had their tires explode just from the heat. You have to have reduce some of the let some of the air out of the tires if you ever think that it might come that close. Letting about 10 pounds of pressure out might be a really good idea. I'd love to hear the rest of the story. Truckee Meadows Fire Department posted a similar video on the Tamarack. Dang. Okay, guys, it's okay to watch it now. That part's over. Holy mackerel, thanks for the link. But that was dated on the 10th. If that had happened yesterday, that would be quite alarming. So I don't know that was a good idea to go off-road either. They got themselves stuck. That's also a good illustration of the point that evacuate slowly. Because one little accident that can block a main road like that, can you imagine getting stuck in a traffic jam? That was the experience of people at Paradise, although they had nowhere to go. They jumped out of their cars and tried to run, and that didn't work. So when you do evacuate, do it way before you're told, and nice and slow. Don't be the one to cause the car accident. And sometimes you may come around a turn and there might be something just stuck or stalled in the way, like a truck like that. What if you rear end them and you both can't move your vehicle? That's why it's got to be nice, calm, and orderly. So let's go back. I think they were okay. Otherwise, we would have heard about something happened on the Antelope. Have you guys seen the footage from the Sherriff and the Tubbs fire? That was Santa Rosa, wasn't it? Wasn't that a fire crew that drove into Santa Rosa? There's some stuff out of Australia like that, too. Here's the problem with a fire engine. It's an air brake truck. So if you lose a certain amount of air pressure, the automatic brake comes on. Excuse me. This is the reason why semi-trucks get stuck on railroad tracks. If you have not enough air pressure, there's no regular brakes, right? It's just air pressure. So the moment that the air tank runs low on pressure, the automatic brake comes in. It's an emergency brake to keep the truck from, rolling around, and it'll just boom, engage, and it takes a while for the engine running to compress more air and get the brakes working again. So it will you will not be able to move that truck. You will not be able to disengage the brake. It just doesn't happen. And so the Australia crews all got stuck because they were driving through flames. I think it was last year or the year before. And then boom, their truck stops. And the flames get closer and closer to the cab. And they're like, I played that footage. And then the other fire engines could go get them. But then the same thing would happen to them. Yeah, exactly, Desiree. Don't wait to evacuate. Do it early. Do it orderly, calm, before any of that stuff can happen. Oh, Mountain Mike says, and in the end, what the fire crews did in Australia was they got out. They had their full apparatus, of course, and they walked out through flames down the road, which could have been bad if it was a bit more intense. Mountain Mike says the Windy Fire wiped out our old place this afternoon near Slate Mountain. Mega firestorm. Feels sad for the giant sequoias and the wildlife there. Memories. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mountain Mike. Oh. Slate Mountain is it's where we saw the heat detections last night. Over by Peppermint. Yeah, they gave such a rosy meeting today on the Windy before it was even over. I was kind of struggling with it just doesn't seem like people should be that optimistic. They're talking about saving most of Ponderosa right now, but that remains to be seen. Was your place by Ponderosa? Am I thinking of the right spot? So sorry for your loss. Yeah, let us know if we can help a fundraiser for you when this stuff sort of ends. I mean, fire season's going to be long. I want to do a big fundraiser video. If you make a GoFundMe or anything of the sort, be sure to email me and I'll include you in that. It's kathryn.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. I have wanted to do some earlier, but it seemed kind of inappropriate before the fires are over, because what if people continue to take loss, but I've already done the thing, you know? So yeah, just let us know what we can do for you. I didn't know they had structure loss already. Let's go to Wendy's. The monument fire was updated 2 minutes ago. 217,120 acres, 50% containment. When you look at the rest, with this weather coming, just something about them being that positive after a bit was kind of making me scratch my head. So incident activity, size, 6-foot chaparral, 2-foot tall brush, timber, grass, and understory. High resistance to fire control due to tree and brush mortality, heavy dead and down fuel, and very low fuel moisture. Extreme fire behavior is producing sustained uphill runs with moderate to long-range spotting. Fires pushing in multiple directions and threatening areas with high-intensity fire behavior. A weakening area of low pressure will move through the region tonight and Saturday, resulting in cooler temperatures and gusty shifting winds. The dry air mass in place will result in low humidity and poor recovery through Saturday. A stronger trough of low pressure excuse me, will drop into the region on Sunday night. This combination of gusty winds and lower humidity over extremely dry fuels results in a period of critical fire weather over the incident through the weekend. A fire weather watch issued from Saturday afternoon through Sunday evening will likely be upgraded to red flag by Sunday morning or Saturday morning. High pressure will build to the region early next week and initiate a warming and drying trend. Well, we already had that upgrade as far as I know. I was just reading that. So there's nothing else. Sorry guys, I have to cough. Excuse me. The northerly projected incident activity. The northerly spread will continue to burn the Red Hill Grove and threaten Camp Nelson. We already saw them go into evacuation watch. My advice is just go. Just do your prep and leave. Don't sleep ahead of this fire, not downwind of it. Northerly spread will continue to burn in the Red Hill Grove and threaten Camp Nelson. Continue to spread northeast from the Crawford Road to Slate Mountain. Well, will threaten the community of Ponderosa, which we already saw today. We saw them working the area with some helicopters. Southeasterly spread will continue to threaten Johnsdale, Camp Whitsett. Well, it's already there, I think. Idle Lake, Cedar Slope, Pierpoint, along Meadow Grove of 100 Giants, Peyrone or Peyrone, north of Peyrone Grove and south Peyrone Grove. Southern spread will continue to burn into the trail of 100 Giants and threaten Cunningham Grove and camps along 190, 107, and M50. Fire spread to the northwest consumed what was the Crawford fire. Remarks. Resources will be going direct where possible, and will be using roads, ridges, and other natural and man-made feature where direct attack is not possible due to the limited resources currently assigned to the incident. Meaning we could have done more. We needed more people. Additional operational resources will be needed to make progress on the incident. So expect it to run around unchecked, with them just doing their best to protect structures and trees best they can as it passes by them. Infrastructure in Johnsdale, Camp Whitsett, and the Lake Meadow Creek area are in immediate danger. evacuations have been established. 2 high-value giant sequoia groves are impacted by the fire, are being impacted, include the Perone Grove and South Perone Grove. Numerous others, including the Red Hill and all these others I just mentioned. As the incident continues to grow due to dry fuels and lack of resources, more communities will be threatened by the fire spread. Did you hear that, PG&E? Thanks a lot. Thanks for having 6,000 people in the Dixie fire and not on the other fires when they broke out. Man, I'm getting more and more angry about this. These communities include Camp Nelson to the north and Ponderosa to the northeast. These communities all have limited routes of egress and would require advance notice to evacuate safely. That's why I'm saying go now. Major historical sites that are threatened include the scattered logging camps and mill sites, and the Redwood Corral and associated structures. By the weekend, a series of low-pressure troughs will bring stronger and gustier winds over the fire area. There's a possibility of an offshore flow over the fire area Sunday night, and Monday into that time frame. Looking back at the chat, we sold several years ago, so we will be okay. Okay. It's still sad for our bears and our critters. Hopefully they got in the river. We were at Red Hill Grove. Thanks for your concern. Oh, yeah, I'm very sorry to hear. It doesn't make it easier, you know. The same thing happened with me, and I was looking to see if our little place in Plumas County made it. I think that it did. At the places of the people I knew, you know. Like Auntie Faye's cabin. Faye Miller of Greenville, she was a local legend. But I don't see a structure loss assessment that'll probably be coming with tomorrow. See if they have any photos or new videos or anything. Nine hours ago, a forest closure map. Talk about the meeting at 6 that we saw. Yeah. So, yeah, it's gonna be bad. Let's see if they've changed the evacuation order, warnings to an order. Because I kind of expect that might be sooner rather than later. With the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. Ceremonial celebration. Okay. That's nice. There's a real estate 100-year anniversary thing. Yeah, they're just at warnings right now. Camp Nelson in the area. I mean, Cedar Slope was about wiped out. Alpine Village, I thought, too, last year. So, can you imagine, though, just starting to rebuild and it's coming your way again? And so, should you choose to evacuate now, avoid all road closures and use Highway 190 to Porterville. Go to Porterville College. That is some sad stuff. Yeah, JCAT, they never expected rain down south of Tahoe. And there was just a question mark how much to get Tahoe and north. I heard it rained a little bit in Quincy today. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not plugged into local stations. We could look at Windy, I suppose, and see if there's... yeah, they do have a setting for radar and satellite. Hang on, my internet's burping. So this would be precipitation in an animated loop. Let's do last 6 hours. Seattle's getting all the rain. Somebody said it was raining in Quincy. I just thought that was weird. And why is the Pacific Ocean like a big dead spot where they're not showing it? Is that because they're using terrestrial radar instead of satellite? I guess we should click satellite button. Well, that's clouds. Or it just hasn't arrived yet, really. There we go, infrared. Yeah, dang it, Vancouver Island, give us that rain. You hogs. Oh, you're thinking Dixie and Antelope. Yeah, I don't know that they've gotten anything significant. Somebody said it was raining in Quincy, but I wasn't able to verify that. Somebody says we get a lot just that with floods and tornadoes. Yeah. I think most likely it'll be great for the monument and the rivers. Should it materialize in the way we think. If it doesn't, what this will be is for those fires north of Tahoe. This will either be very bad or very good, one or the other. And for everything south of Tahoe, it's just very bad. Yeah, Frank says believe there's a chance for rain in Reno Saturday PM or Sunday. Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah, I hadn't heard of structure loss yet. Maybe I should be looking at the Twitter. That's where the rest of the info is, but I'm sick as a dog and scrolling right now. Looking down at a phone and scrolling will probably do me in. In fact, I'm pretty nauseous right now. So I want to take a break and restart the stream when I come back a little bit. Yeah, Big Dog says currently Quincy is 59 degrees and clear skies. Yeah. And I'll start the stream before I sleep. But I gotta reset the computer, do a little maintenance on it, just transfer stuff off of hard drives before I fill them up. See if I can get a Zoom meeting with the 24-hour nurse for my nausea thing, and I'll put it back on before I go to sleep. Okay, guys? Yeah, ginger tea, that'll be good. 2 reports, but no confirmation yet of rain at Quincy. Yeah, I will be doing that, Frank. But right now I gotta restart the computer. This is starting to, on my other monitors, look really bad, like it's chunking along. Mountain Mike says, save the Redwoods League are now the owners in Red Hill. I know they're heartsick with the Windy Fire and the losses at Alder Creek Grove and the Castle Fire last year. Yeah, that was hard to cover. That I did the best I could. There was not much information about the fires in the Southern Sierras last year, but that was gut wrenching. So ginger tea, yeah. That's a good idea. Walk around the block and open up the window. So with that, guys, I'm going to edit here. Sorry, there's nothing really to hear, because if I do this on-call nurse meeting thing, I would have to mute everything, and I don't know that I could do the video of myself if my video card can handle that and handle stream at the same time. So I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to restart the computer. It's going to take me a few hours to clear off the videos I have from my solid state and save them to the other hard drive. And before I go to bed, I'm going to restart it though, so you guys have a place to monitor things throughout the night, because I think the windy's going to be pretty active throughout the night. And I'll see you guys sometime around noonish or something early tomorrow. But I really am absolutely sick as a dog. I stayed longer at the keyboard today than I intended to, and really not feeling so good. So mods, are you okay with that? I'll come on and see how many of you are back, okay? But this is the time of the night where we just don't have anything. We don't have anything to hear on the radio. You know, it's been on, but they've said nothing in like 24 minutes. So, yeah, thanks guys. I'll put this I'll put the stream back on in a couple of hours. I hope right now we just have to watch and wait anyway, and the computer will run better if I get some room off that off the hard drive anyway. So thanks guys, and we'll be back soon. Very sorry for your loss. And this is one of those things where without radio at night, we just kind of have to wait for daybreak for damage reports anyway. But good night guys, and stay safe. Thanks for being here. Thank you for the donations for my food supply. And those coming in on PayPal, just thank you so much. I got really good nutritious food, and I have you guys to thank for it. I ate it a little bit too quickly, but I'm already starting to feel a little bit better. I'm just gonna make sure I'm doing okay with my little mini doctor appointment here. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Good seeing you. And I'll put the stream on before I go to sleep, and then I'll see you guys around noon tomorrow. Okay, big hugs everybody. Stay safe. Love you all.